ini kan janji ya salah satu aja. Gimana ya, kalau ribet saya mau bingung. Banyak orangnya bingung ya emang. Nggak usah saya suruh pulang. Ini nanti
ntar baru kita isi. sini kami menimba pengetahuan, memupuk persahabatan, bernalar dalam diskusi, dan bertukar argumentasi. Tempat yang baik bagi tumbuhnya kader gereja dan bangsa.
Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Teologi Widya Sasana yang berkedudukan di Malang memiliki visi menjadi komunitas pencerah budi dan hati dan mendidik para calon pemimpin gereja dan dunia. Nah, statement kami tentang pencerah budi dan hati memaksudkan pendidikan yang menyeluruh. Bagaimana manusia itu bergumul dengan dunia pendidikan, pertumbuhan intelektual mereka, dan terutama kemanusiaan mereka. Nah, mendidik para calon pemimpin gereja dan dunia, jelas STFT Widya Sasana memiliki visi yang tegas mendidik para calon-calon pemimpin komunitas-komunitas gereja ini di mana-mana, di mana mereka ditugaskan, dikirim di seluruh dunia. Dari sebab itu mereka menjadi pemimpin gereja dan dunia. Nah, konteks ini membawa kepada sebuah kesadaran yang berlanjut pada misi kami, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, tentu saja dalam perspektif 3, yaitu sebagaimana diurai dalam Tridharma, yaitu pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, lalu menaruh perhatian secara khusus kepada bidang-bidang yang kami tekuni, yaitu filsafat dan teologi kontekstual. Kalau teologi kontekstual artinya teologi yang mengabdi kepada kepentingan konteks, yaitu untuk gereja dan untuk dunia. Selamat datang di STFT
Widya Sasana
Malang.
Distinguished guests, esteemed scholar and colleagues, dear student, alumni, and all participants, it is an honor and great pleasure for us to welcome you to this international conference organized by our campus, Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat dan Teologi Widya Sasana, in collaboration with AFTI, Asosiasi Filsafat dan Teologi Indonesia. We gather here to share our common passion and interest for exploring Asia as a locus of philosophy and theology. We understand with its rich cultural, religious, and philosophical traditions, Asia has been a fertile ground for philosophical and theological inquiry. Yet at the same
Recording in
time,
progress.
Asia is also confronted with various challenges, from poverty to social conflicts, from unequal levels of development to ecological crisis, from the rise of social media to digital divide. Despite the challenges, as Christians, we look at the future with hope. not despair. Hope, as St. Paul said, is the anchor of our soul. So let us begin this conference with an opening prayer to express our hope in God's providence. I would like to invite our student, Pascalis Ronaldo, to lead us into prayer.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Heavenly Father, we come before you with hearts full of gratitude for the blessing you have bestowed upon us, enabling us to gather here in this virtual space for our international conference. We ask for your divine guidance and protection as we begin our activities today. Please grant us the wisdom and insight to engage in fruitful and meaningful discussion that will benefit the church and society. We pray that your presence will be felt throughout the entire conference and that all obstacles will be overcome. We offer our prayers in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. In the
Amen.
name of the Father, of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you, Pascalis, for the beautiful prayer. In this conference, we are exploring Asia as a vibrant and dynamic locus of philosophy and theology. By fostering dialogue and sharing perspectives, this conference seeks to generate new ideas and insight that can benefit not only the church, but the society as a whole. Now, before we begin the proceedings of this conference, I would like to kindly request your attention for a brief moment of respect and love for our beautiful country, Indonesia. I would like to invite you all to join me in singing the national anthem of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars and colleagues, dear students, alumni, and all participants, it is my great pleasure to welcome our beloved rector, Professor F.X. Armada Rianto, to deliver the opening remark. As the leader of our academic community, Professor Armada has been persistent in promoting exploration in Asian philosophy and theology. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Professor Armada to the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Wayan Marianta. Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
On behalf of the faculties, members of Widya Sasana Schools of Philosophy and Theology. I would like to welcome our distinguished speakers, Professor Franklin Perkins from United States, Professor Bambang Sugiarto from Parahyangan University, Dr. Otto Gusti from Ledalero, Professor Dani Pilario from Adamson University of the Philippines, Professor Paul Barati from Chennai, India, Professor William Chang from Pontianak, Indonesia, and also Dr. Galih from Sanata Dharma University, Yogyakarta. First of all, I would like to, let's say, recall the so-called gatherings of the Asian Bishops Conference in Thailand, I think, Bangkok, last year. You know, Pope Francis encourages the bishops of Asia to discern what is the Holy Spirit saying to you. This is very important because, remember, Asia is a picture of fraternity, but at the same time also poverty, and then diversity of cultures, dialogue, young people, but also immense challenge of the so-called the environmental problem. So I think it is indeed very, very important and urgent that we need to explore, let's say, our Asia as a locus of theologizing and philosophizing. So Pope Francis is urging all of us to authentically embrace the mission as a church, as a universal church for the poor, young people, and always maintain, let's say, the spirit of dialogue as Asians. So again, I wish you students and dear colleagues, professors, and scholars, a good and inspiring international conference of this AFTI, the so-called AFTI, Asosiasi Filsafat Teologi Indonesia, in collaboration with Widya Sasana School of Theology and Philosophy at Malang as the host of this AFTI gathering. I would like to greet all students from different colleges, different faculties, different universities, all over Indonesia, from Papua to Bandung, and Ledalero, Pineleng, Pematang Siantar, Jakarta, Yogyakarta, Surabaya, Ruteng, as well as Kupang. I hope I don't miss the other institutes and universities. By the way, again, I wish you all a good and inspiring conferences. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Armada, for your insightful and thought-provoking opening remark. Your word set the tone for the rest of the event. To ensure that this conference runs smoothly and that all participants have a meaningful experience, we would like to highlight some general rules. First, we encourage all participants to be on time. Please make sure that you log in to the conference platform at least 10 minutes before the scheduled start time. Second, make sure that you keep track the conference schedule so that you can participate in the session you are interested in. Third, to avoid background noise, please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Fourth, please use the chat feature appropriately. The chat feature should be used to ask questions or to provide feedbacks, not to send irrelevant or inappropriate messages. Fifth, during this discussion, participants are encouraged to raise questions or give comments by using raise hand sign or chat feature. Make sure to unmute your microphone after the moderator invites you to speak. With this in mind, we are now ready to kick off the plenary sessions. Today's conference will be enriched by the valuable contribution of three distinguished speakers. First, Franklin Perkins, PhD from the University of Hawaii at Manoa, the United States. Second, Professor Dr. Ignatius Bambang Sugiharto from Parayangan Catholic University, Indonesia. And Dr. Otto Gustimadung from the Dalero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology, Indonesia. Now, I would like to invite the moderator of the first plenary session, Robertus Pius Manik, PhD, will guide our discussion and ensure that we stay focused on the key themes and issues at hand. Father Manik, I will now pass the session to you. Please join me in welcoming Father Manik as the moderator for our first plenary session.
Okay. Thank you, Father Wayan Mariante. Can you hear me, Father Wayan?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Father Wayan, for your warm introduction and for welcoming speech. Good morning to all of you, the participants, distinguished guests, and every single one of you in Indonesia and others who take participation in this great event. It is a great honor to me to take part in this special event and to guide this seminar as a moderator virtually, which hold today at 10th of March 2023. Once again, good morning from Indonesia. We hope you are all well and may peace be with us all today. We will say thank you so much to Professor Dr. Arma Daryanto, the chairman of STFT Widya Sasana Malang, as director of our campus, who already gave his opening remark for this international seminar today. We are going to greet all of you, the participants who join with us in this seminar. We welcome you, all the students, lecturers, officials, the members of AFTI, and all of you from various backgrounds and countries who take participation in this international seminar that I cannot mention one by one. We hope you are all in good health and well, so that you can pay close attention until the end of this seminar. As we said before, this seminar we have is a great opportunity, a great moment, because we will be brought to reflect on our concrete situation in the relation to Asia as a locus of philosophy and theology, with keynote speakers. We are, of course, experts in their respective fields. In this first session, or plenary one, the keynote speaker is Mr. Franklin Perkins, PhD. With respect, I would like to greet our keynote speakers. Mr. Franklin Perkins, PhD, good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Franklin. We are very pleased with you, with your virtual presence in this seminar and share your reflection to enrich and empower us to live our reality in Asia. Mr. Franklin Perkins has dealt with a lot of academic experiences, and I will say only some of them, such as at the moment, he is a professor of philosophy in the University of Hawaii at Manoa since 2017 until today. Before, he is a professor of philosophy in the DePaul University since 2012 until 2016. He has also BA in English and Philosophy in Vanderbilt University in 1992 and has summa cum laude with honors in the college Phi Beta Kappa. He has his PhD philosophy in Pennsylvania State University in 2000. He is a writer and editor of a lot of books and articles of philosophy that were published in various journals and publishers. In this first session of seminar, Mr. Franklin will give us his presentation with the theme, The Problem of Truth and Diversity in a Global Context, Approaches from Early China. This first session will take for about 45 minutes. And after that, there will be a little discussions about the theme with some questions that will take for about 10 until 15 minutes. Now, let us begin our seminar. Mr. Franklin, I hand it over to you now. Please, the time is yours.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. Let me just make sure I can get my screen to share. Okay, can you all see the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, and also thank my former student, Robertus Wijanarko, who I think is the one who put me in touch for the conference. I taught at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore for about 4 years in between DePaul and coming to here. And so living in Singapore, I made many trips to Indonesia, but no academic contacts. And so I'm happy to be here to participate. I apologize that I can't participate much more than my session. I have to fly to New York in a couple hours after I finish my talk. But I hope that this will be a start of some further engagement. As a side thing, I don't live in Southeast Asia anymore, but it would be really nice if there was a Southeast Asian philosophy conference, because to draw together, like I said, in Singapore, we never really had any contact with Indonesian scholars. I think that's a wasted opportunity. So the topic of my talk, I want to kind of contribute to the topic for the conference in two ways. So first, I'm just going to introduce some positions coming from Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. So if we take China as a locus of philosophy, these would be traditionally known as the three teachings. At the same time, I want to reflect on what it means to do Asian philosophy today in a global world, or more broadly, how to think about what we might call comparative philosophy or world philosophy or fusion philosophy, or maybe just philosophy without borders. That is a matter of taking a philosophy that's originated in one locus and applying it to others. And this process raises questions, I think, about the very sense in which philosophy can or does or should have a locus, have a place. More specifically, the question I want to look at is the tension between philosophy as seeking the truth and the actual diversity of world philosophies. So I'm going to start actually with Hegel to articulate this problem. Before that, I want a few comments from one of the leading experts on Chinese philosophy in the United States, a guy named Brooks Zipporah. So in his book, Beyond Oneness and Difference, Zipporah says that his goal is, quote, to provide the power to think a greater number of more greatly differing thoughts. He goes on to say that the truth, of course, matters there, but he says, quote, only because it makes things so much more interesting. In emphasizing this power to think new thoughts, Zipporah is actually drawing on Spinoza's idea of thought as a power and activity. But his comment brings to mind one of my favorite quotations from Michel Foucault. Foucault says, after all, what would be the value of the passion for knowledge if it resulted only in a certain amount of knowledgeableness, and not in one way or another, and to the extent possible, in the knower straying afield of himself? There are times in life when the question of knowing if one can think differently than one thinks and perceive differently than one sees is absolutely necessary if one is to go on looking and reflecting at all. There's always something ludicrous in philosophical discourse when it tries from the outside to dictate to others, to tell them where their truth is and how to find it, when it works up a case against them in the language of naive positivity. But it is entitled to explore what might be changed in its own thought through the practice of a knowledge that is foreign to it. So the problem that I'm thinking of is not just that there's a difference between seeking the truth and seeking a diversity of ways of thinking. A focus on the truth actually seems to entail opposition to diversity. So going back to Zipporah, as he puts it, I still don't like this assumption that thinking is a means by which some ideas are found to be truths and entirely other ideas are found to be errors, the former to be honored and preserved and the latter to be reviled and dispelled, such that the possibilities of moving around mentally and physically are reduced rather than expanded. So we might think that in finding the truth, we gain something, right? We have the truth, but that's actually rarely the case. Usually we already know the claim that we're declaring as true. Declaring it as the truth really just eliminates all the other options. So while seeking the truth is not incompatible with a cross-cultural approach, the ultimate goal really is to eliminate one cultural position or the other, whichever one is false. And this is what I'm calling the eliminative function of truth. Now, I don't think we could give up the pursuit of truth entirely, and I think that would make us not be doing philosophy if we weren't concerned with the truth. And even in a Chinese context, what we take to be philosophy is centrally concerned with giving arguments that use evidence and avoid contradictions. Their claims are meant to be true. That doesn't mean the truth has to be a primary concern. And one of my key questions for this paper is, what role does or should the pursuit of truth play in philosophy? So in this paper, I'm going to come at that question, but from a different direction, a kind of more limited direction, by asking, is there a way to think about the truth that still allows for diversity? Or even strongly, a way of thinking about the truth that might even value diversity? So as a first step in just articulating the problem, I'm going to turn to Hegel. So in Hegel's lectures on the history of philosophy, he often starts with a section called Explanatory Remarks on the Diversity in Philosophies. But his concern is not actually with preserving diversity, but rather with the problem of skepticism. So he begins one of these lectures saying, certainly the fact is sufficiently well established that there are and have been different philosophies. The truth is, however, one, and the instinct of reason maintains this ineradicable intuition or belief. It is said that only one philosophy can be true, and because philosophies are different, it is concluded that all the others must be erroneous. But in fact, each one in turn gives every assurance, evidence, and proof of being the one true philosophy. So if there's only one truth, then facing the actual diversity of philosophical systems, we can only conclude that almost every philosophical system has been false, because only one can be true. And yet each philosophy seems to have proven its case in its time. The natural conclusion is that philosophy as a search for the truth is hopeless. If the greatest minds of the past have all turned out to be wrong, how could I hope that I would be the one exception to actually finding the truth? Thus, studying the history of philosophy tends either towards skeptical rejection of the very project of philosophy, or a view of philosophy as mere subjective opinion. Now, Hegel draws this argument from the diversity within Western philosophy, but I think the point is only pushed further if we look toward global diversity. I think Hegel's greatest insight is that the only way to reconcile the unity of the truth with the diversity of philosophies is to reject what he calls the abstract opposition between truth and error. More concretely for Hegel, each philosophical system should be seen not as overturned by or disproven by the next one, but rather as incorporated into the next stage of development. So he says the principles are retained, the most recent philosophy being the result of all preceding, and hence no philosophy has been refuted. What has been refuted is not the principle of this philosophy, but merely the fact that this principle should be considered final and absolute in character. So different philosophies must be seen as all true while being incomplete, abstract, or one-sided. In other words, philosophical systems do not differ in their truth, but rather in their comprehensiveness and their specificity. So I think there's at least two, there's more than two, but I'm going to talk about two problems with Hegel's account. One is in the move from historical to cultural diversity. If the truth is to remain one, there can only be one dialectical progression through which philosophy unfolds. Given that the dialectic for Hegel represents an actual historical progression, what then can we do with philosophies that arose in other places, like in Asia? If there's a necessity to the dialectic, as Hegel thinks, then the same position cannot appear except within the same historical progression. Ultimately, the only option for Hegel is to deny historical progressions to other cultures and to identify those other cultures with the earliest stages of philosophy in Europe, those stages in which philosophy is, as he says, the poorest and the most abstract. And in fact, Hegel takes the thought of other cultures as so early in the dialectic that it's not even deserving of the label of philosophy at all. Now, this attitude toward other cultures is, I think, enabled by Hegel's racism, but that's not the cause of it, I think. It's actually a necessary consequence of the route he takes toward reconciling diversity with the single truth that is philosophy. If Hegel were to admit that other cultures have other dialectics and other philosophies that never appeared in Europe, he would fall back into the problem with which he began. How can philosophies vary if there's only one truth? That then brings me to the second problem. So we could imagine a Hegel who was not racist like Hegel was, and imagine expanding the dialectic to a global level. So we might say then that each tradition has its own internal dialectical progression, but the outcomes of those progressions would then join a global dialectic, leading to some grand synthesis of East and West. So I'm going to set aside like all the different things that make that not very plausible, including, I think, a naive division between East and West. And just note that this kind of dialectic is still eliminative, in that it seeks a synthesis of world cultures that would leave diversity behind. That is, the idea is to end up with one philosophy, but one philosophy that has synthesized the good points from all the different world's philosophies. That still follows from Hegel's project. Although he does not dismiss past philosophies as false, whatever value they had has been carried forward to the present. Hegel mocks those who would like to return back to Greek philosophy. Now, a global dialectic would differ crucially from Hegel's in that we'd be now in the middle of it, at the start of the global part, whereas Hegel saw himself as at the end of the progression. And that would make diversity temporarily valuable for us. We would have to study other traditions to synthesize them. But still, our ultimate goal would be to synthesize it into one true philosophy. Now, I think these problems are actually intrinsic to a dialectical approach. And to show that, I'm going to now move to the Chinese side. As Buddhism took root in China, a common task of Buddhist philosophers was known as panjiao, or doctrinal classification. In panjiao, various positions are typically placed into a dialectical system in which each doctrine absorbs and corrects the one before it. This affirms then competing doctrines while also subordinating them to the doctrines of one's own school. So Peter Gregory, a scholar on this, he describes this panjiao in explicitly Hegelian terms. So he says the logic by which these two functions work together was dialectical and is most accurately denoted by the term sublation. And he gives the German Aufheben, right, Hegel's term. The problems that panjiao arose to address differed in many ways from those facing Hegel. An immense number of Buddhist texts had entered China. All were supposed to express the views of Buddha, yet they obviously contained differences and even contradictions. Since all of the diverse doctrines supposedly originated from one source, from Buddha, their differences could not be reduced to a historical progression. Moreover, most of these doctrines would have been actively held by other schools at the same time, so they couldn't be given up as just relics of the past. This then led them to two questions. How could all of these diverse views be true in spite of their differences? And in what terms could one teaching still be said to be superior to the others? So here I'm going to just look at one example, Zhongmi's example from the Renyuanlun, the Inquiry into the Origin of Humanity. So this was written around 828 of the Common Era. So Zhongmi is a philosopher of the Huayan school of Buddhism, also the Chan Zen school of Buddhism. His dialectic moves through 5 Buddhist doctrines. So I have a layout on the PowerPoint here. It's very complicated to really explain how one leads into the next, but I'll just give a very brief overview of it. So the first stage is the basic idea of karma. If you do good things, you will eventually be rewarded, and if you do bad things, you will be punished. Now that is perfectly true for Buddhists in a sense, but the problem arises when one asks, who is it that gets this karma? That leads into the second position, which is the doctrine of anatta or no self, mapping loosely onto the Abhidharma teachings of Theravada Buddhism. Now, like the doctrine of karma, the non-existence of the self is true, but it's not yet complete. Zhongmi argues that if the world were composed solely of discrete elements like atoms, there would be nothing to explain their interaction. We have to explain how things hold together. That leads into the third position, which takes all these bits as manifestations of mind or consciousness. This represents the doctrines of Yogacara or Wei-Shin Buddhism. Again, while this view is not false, Zhongmi takes it as reifying mind and generating a dualism between subject and object. The fourth position then, which corresponds to Madhyamika, or in Chinese, the Sanlun, negates this, denying the ultimate reality of both thoughts and consciousness. These arguments Zhongmi thinks are right, but he thinks the final position can't be merely negative. So for him, the something must be ultimately real, and he calls that reality the intrinsically enlightened true mind, the Buddha nature, or the Tathagata Garbha. So this is the final position, the one which Zhongmi calls the singular wrath that manifests the nature. So like Hegel, Zhongmi approaches diversity outside this abstract opposition between truth and error. In his own self-commentary, he says, quote, when the teachings have been refuted previously, have been subsumed together into one source, they all become true. So when you fit them together, they all form a complete picture of the truth. The fact that these early stages are characterized not by their falsity, but by their partiality is best shown in how the final doctrine is described. It is yuan, which literally means a complete, perfect circle. In more specifically Buddhist terms, the earlier stages can be seen as true, but more or less provisional. In Chinese, this is chuan. Something explained in terms of expedient means. It's fangbian. Buddha put forward doctrines according to the needs of his audience, which included a concern for the concrete conditions of their lives. Zhongmi himself links these to cultural differences as well, saying that the ethical practices vary in the same way that what is ritually proper in Tibet differs from what is ritually proper in China. The role of expedient means makes Zhongmi's account far less eliminative than Hegel's. So people will always vary in their abilities and their circumstances. Diverse expressions of the ultimate truth will always be required. This view, I think, rests on an even deeper difference from that of Hegelian dialectic. The purpose of the dialectic for Zhongmi, for Buddhists, is not just to find the truth, but also to follow a rigorous process of self-transformation or self-cultivation. The progression it does involve increasing levels of intellectual sophistication, but it's primarily a process of progressively eliminating attachments and desires. So the first teaching tells people that they should be good in order to get good karma, but the goal of getting good karma remains selfish. So the second teaching attacks that by saying, really, there is no self. Similarly, the Yogacara position leaves open the possibility of attaching oneself to pure mind. That's not exactly selfish, but it's a kind of attachment to you getting enlightenment for yourself. The negativity of the fourth stage then attacks that possibility. Thus, the Panjiao approach sees the diversity of doctrines as necessary and advantageous, while still recognizing the final position as superior to the others. This contrasts Hegel's view, in which the prior stages of the dialectic have no value and should be left behind. So this makes Zhongmi's view, I think, more pluralistic than Hegel's view. But it still has a problem, and it's a similar problem with diversity. What does one do with philosophies that lie outside of the dialectic? So Zhongmi's Panjiao is unusual in that it includes non-Buddhist philosophy, in this case, Confucianism and Taoism. And he writes of them, he says, still, Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Sakyamuni were consummate sages who, in accord with the times and in response to beings, right? That's the Fangbian aspect. According to the times in response to the particular beings, made different paths in setting up their teachings. The inner and outer teachings complement one another, together benefiting the people. The two teachings are just provisional, whereas Buddhism includes both provisional and ultimate. Since encouraging the myriad practices, admonishing evil, and promoting good contribute in common to order, the three teachings should all be followed and practiced. If it be a matter of investigating the myriad phenomena, fathoming principle, realizing the nature, and reaching the original source, then Buddhism alone constitutes the definitive answer. So Zhongmi places Kongzi, right, Confucius, Lao Tzu, and Buddha Sakyamuni together as sages. But the significance of this expression of Panjiao goes beyond just integrating these three teachings. If China has sages with no cultural or historical connection to Buddhism, then we would expect such sages to arise anywhere in any culture. In this way, Zhongmi effectively expands the dialectic to a global level. Yet since Confucianism and Taoism are not historically part of the process, they necessarily hold a liminal position, standing both inside and outside the dialectic. The value and truth of Confucianism and Taoism lies in their effectiveness as ethical doctrines, and in this sense, they're analogous to the doctrine of karma. But unlike the doctrine of karma, Confucianism and Taoism cannot progress. They are dead ends, never moving beyond the provisional and the external. They're like sterile versions of the first stage of the dialectic, precisely the same status given to Asian philosophies in Hegel's dialectic. That similarity suggests a problem that I think is inherent to a dialectical approach. So now I'm going to turn to another kind of approach that arose in China, but at an earlier time in China. By the late Warring States period, which is like the 3rd century BCE, it was obvious that philosophical debates were not leading to convergence on a single truth. On the contrary, more and more positions appeared, with each person considering themselves correct and all of the others wrong. Such a condition naturally prompted meta-reflection on the nature of philosophical disagreement. As we've already seen from Hegel, such disagreement tempts one to skepticism, and that is actually what one finds in the Qiwulun chapter of the Zhuangzi. Right, so I think the Zhuangzi responds to this lack of agreement, lack of consensus with skepticism. The alternative was to account for the nature of philosophical disagreement in a way that preserves some role for the truth. I'm going to consider then 3 examples of texts that do this. The first one from Xunzi, who's a Confucian philosopher. The second one from the final chapter of the Zhuangzi, which is a Taoist text. And the third one from the Huainanzi, which is pretty much a Taoist text. All 3 attempt to account for why people cling to conflicting positions. In doing so, each shifts from the abstract opposition between truth and falsity toward a distinction in terms of partiality and completeness. So they all think each philosopher is right in what they grasp, but wrong in taking that as the whole. In fact, all three of these texts use the same word for partiality, a word that means like a corner. Each school gets a corner or like a bend or a chew. So I'll start with Xunzi, right? That's probably the earliest of these accounts. Xunzi explicitly discusses philosophical diversities in 2 chapters of this book, one called Against the 12 and the other called Dispelling Obsessions or Blind Spots. So as the title announces, Against the 12 examines 12 rival philosophers paired around 6 views. And while Xunzi criticizes each of those positions, usually in very harsh terms, he follows the criticism by saying, quote, even so, what they hold has reasons in support of it, and what they say contributes to the formation of coherent order. In fact, he says it's precisely the fact that each position has something correct that explains why they succeed in persuading people. The other chapter, Dispelling Obsessions, has much more of a theoretical explanation for why philosophers disagree. And I'll just start with his statement of the problem of philosophical diversity. So Xunzi says, the world does not have 2 ways. Sages people do not have 2 hearts. Now the lords and rulers differ in their governing, and the 100 schools differ in their doctrines. Thus there must be some that are right and some that are wrong, some that produce order and some that produce chaos. The sovereign of a chaotic state or the person of a chaotic school, in their genuine hearts, all seek to be correct, and they all consider themselves to be correct. Jealous and deviant in their way, they're enticed by that which they like. They selfishly prefer what they've accumulated and only fear hearing their faults. They incline toward what they selfishly prefer and use that to look at other views, only fearing to hear what is fine in them. So Xunzi's formulation of the problem is, I think, similar to that of Hegel. There can only be one correct way, which means that the diverse theories advocated at the time cannot all be true. Everyone genuinely seeks the correct way, but they're biased by their own preferences and by something like confirmation bias, avoiding criticisms of their own views and avoiding seeing the strong points in the views of others. The rest of that chapter discusses the nature of bias in terms of this Chinese term bi. So this bi is difficult to translate into English. As a verb, it refers to the way that one thing conceals or blocks another. As a noun, it refers to the thing that does the blocking. So this is why it's translated sometimes as obsessions. For Xunzi, that which one is biased toward serves as a screen that covers or conceals everything else. So one sees that aspect of the way, but misses all the other aspects of the way. Xunzi, in fact, states a general principle around bi, which I'm here translating as conceal. He says, in general, the myriad things are different, so they always conceal each other. This is the common trouble for the methods of the heart or the methods of the mind. In Chinese, this word heart really also functions like the mind. Facing a multiplicity of perceptions at any moment, our biases bring some of those to our attention while obscuring others, right? Xunzi takes it as a basic principle of psychology. Xunzi then goes into specific forms of bias. So he says desires and aversions cover things up. You can be biased toward the beginning or biased toward the end, toward the past or the present, toward what is distant or what is near, toward being broad or being shallow. He gives examples of rulers and ministers who made bad decisions because they have these biases. And then he gives an analysis of other philosophers. He says, Mozi was blinded by use and did not know cultural refinement. Songzi was blinded by desire and did not know attaining satisfaction. Shenzi was blinded by law and did not know worthies. Shenzi was blinded by techniques and did not know wisdom. Huizi was blinded by expressions and did not know facts. Zhuangzi was blinded by heaven and did not know the human. Thus, to call use the way will exhaust benefit, to call desires the way will exhaust contentment, to call law the way will exhaust calculation, to call techniques the way will exhaust convenience, to all expressions the way will exhaust discretion, to call heaven the way will exhaust going along with. These calculations and tools are all just one corner of the way. Now, the way embodies constancy and exhausts change. One corner is not enough to raise it up. People with skewed knowledge see one corner of the way, but are never able to know. Thus, they consider it sufficient and ornament it, inside disrupting themselves, outside confusing other people, above blinding those below, below blinding those above. This is the disaster of being crude and blocked. So what's striking in this description, I think, is that these philosophers are not actually criticized for making poor judgments. It's not a matter of bad reasoning, but rather criticized for limits in their attention. And their obsessive focus on one idea, they miss the other ideas. The result is that their theories do genuinely capture some important aspect of life. And in this sense, we can say they have reasons and they're part of the formation of coherent patterns. They're wrong only in what they leave out and in not realizing that they leave something out. So it's not an issue of falseness, it's an issue of incompleteness. This characterization of rival philosophies as correct but partial is seen clearly in the ways in which Confucianism, right, the doctrines of Confucius, Kongzi are described, right? So in Against the 12, that chapter, Xunzi describes Confucianism with a list of verbs meaning to unite or synthesize. So it integrates methods and plans, matches words and actions, unifies the integration of categories, and gathers together the world's heroes and outstanding people. In the Jia chapter, Kongzi is presented as also different, but the emphasis on his lack of biases. So it says Kongzi was benevolent and wise and had no blind spots. The key to avoiding blind spots for Xunzi is the cultivation of the mind or the heart, which he says must be empty, unified, and still. But he interprets these in a very Confucian way rather than a Taoist way. He says the heart really is never truly empty because we're constantly storing memories. So emptiness means not letting what we've already learned distort what it is that we're about to learn. Perception always involves multiplicity, so there's no true oneness. But oneness means not letting some aspects of that multiplicity distort or block the others. The heart is never free of concerns, and so it's never truly still. But stillness means not letting our feelings disrupt our perceptions of the world. Because Kongzi had no biases, he's able to maintain the proper balance in any situation, accounting for both heaven and human, for use and for culture, for desire and the satisfaction of desires. So it's not just that the way of Kongzi, Confucius synthesizes all the other positions, but that it's able to apply each position to the appropriate circumstances. Okay, so that's the view of Xunzi. Let me now turn to the second view, which is in the last chapter of the Zhuangzi. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, the Zhuangzi is clearly written by multiple authors, right? So the last chapter is really distinct, I think, from most of the rest of the text. So the final chapter of Zhuangzi includes a survey of the philosophies of the time. It gives roughly parallel accounts of 5 different doctrines, each of them associated with a few different philosophers. The doctrines are described in much more detail than Xunzi does, and they're described in a much more neutral tone. So they're much less critical than Xunzi is with his doctrines. Each of these accounts begins in the same way, with a line or two describing what's correct in the doctrine, followed by the claim that these ideas are genuinely part of the Tao, part of the way. So they're all presented as correct, but as partial. And once again, as with Xunzi, we see this by looking at the contrasting position, right, which is the position of the ancients. It says, in contrast, however, how complete the ancients were. They combined the spirit with the illuminations, coupled heaven with earth, nourished the 10,000 things, and brought the world into harmony, their bounty extending even to ordinary folk. They understood the fundamental principles and could also link them to the derivative standards. Unobstructed above, below, and all around, they connected up all that surrounded them, operating everywhere in both the large and the small, in both the subtle matters and the coarser ones. So the ancients went both through the subtle and the coarse, the abstract and the concrete, and they extended support all the way to the common people. This is labeled here the way of the inner sage, the outer king, a phrase that has become very famous in Chinese philosophy. The loss of this way is connected to the chaos of the times, and it leads to this result. People no longer understand real sagehood and worthiness. The courses they practice and the virtuosities they attain no longer show unity. Many in the world congratulate themselves complacently for their insight into some single aspect of it. It is as if the ears, eyes, nose, and mouth each had its own understanding, without being able to interconnect. This is how the skills of various schools each have some places in which they excel, sometimes in which they are of use, but they are partial and incomplete. Nook and corner scholars only. So it's interesting that this comparison with the ears, eyes, nose, and mouth sounds a lot like the story, I think it's from Indian philosophy, of the people describing an elephant where one's looking at it, one's touching it, right? This is what the schools are like. Each has its own perspective. So this passage really is another statement of the problem of philosophical diversity. And like Xunzi, the author of this chapter attributes the division of schools partly to individual biases. So he says, quote, each man in the world now fashions his own technique out of whatever part of the way happens to suit his own desires. And as with Xunzi, these differences are compounded by people's tendency to affirm themselves, leading to something like confirmation bias. While sharing much of Shunzi's explanation of philosophical diversity, this chapter is more pluralistic in two ways. One is that the author does not claim to have the ideal position. So Shunzi thinks the philosophy of Confucianism is the ideal position. Here, the ideal position once existed, but it's been lost with the chaos of the times. So maybe the goal is to get back to it. But for now, all we have are all these different partial expressions of it. That goes along with another point of difference. In the passage above, the author says that each way has some place in which it excels and some time in which it's useful. That suggests that, at least for now, the ideal is to be able to use each of these doctrines when appropriate. For Shunzi, the Confucian way encompasses the strong points of all other doctrines, making them obsolete. In this chapter, that would have been the case for the ancients, but seems not to be the case for us. The final position is I think, develops that idea further, and this comes from the Huainanzi. So the Huainanzi is a syncretistic text. It mixes a lot of different schools, but the foundations of it really are Taoist. It was written early in the Han Dynasty, and we know it was written by 139 BC. Really, the entire system of the Huainanzi, from its metaphysics to its ethics to its politics to its hermeneutics, is focused on dealing with diversity. It really is a philosophy of diversity. And this issue of philosophical diversity appears in several chapters. One of the most explicit appears in the second chapter, and that's the quote I have here. The hundreds of schools have different doctrines, but each has that from which it comes. Now, the ways in which Mozi, Yangzhu, Shenzi, and Xiangyang manage the way is like nothing more than one prong of a canopy umbrella or one spoke of a wheel. But each considered themselves to have a monopoly on it and thus could not commune with the reality of heaven and earth. So each doctrine has a basis and a reason and origin, and each has a role to play, like spokes of a wheel. In other passages, this is described as grasping, again, one corner or one bend, the same term used in the Shunzi and the Tiansha chapter. So the problem is not that these philosophers are wrong, but that each think they have the monopoly on the truth. That each think that the one part that they have is in fact the entire truth. The Huainanzi raises a lot of the same problems as the other two examples, but in keeping with its overall philosophical system, it emphasizes two ideas in particular. One is that if we combine the diversity and the singularity of the myriad things with their inherent relationality, then all knowledge must be situated in a particular context. So a passage in chapter 13 says that Mozi opposed Kongzi, Confucius. Yangzhu then arose and opposed Mozi, and Mengzi then arose and opposed Yangzhu. Now that might look like it's going to be a dialectical progression, but the text makes a different epistemological claim. It says, what people pursue and abandon differs, each has the perceptions of the heart. Thus affirming and denying have a dwelling. If one attains that dwelling, then there's nothing to deny. If one loses that dwelling, then there's nothing to affirm. So the term I'm translating here as dwelling is chu. So like perspective or point of view, it emphasizes situatedness, right? A kind of location, but with less connotations of subjectivity, I think. The point is that the theories come from occupying a certain place, from a certain specific locus. From that place, the theory will be correct. From another place, it will be false. Our location gives us also, like it sets different conditions on us, but also gives us certain biases and preferences. So this is explained in general terms in a passage in chapter 11. It says, in the world, right and wrong are not something that is fixed. In daily life, each affirms what they affirm and denies what they deny. What they call right and wrong differs for each one, but all affirm themselves as right and deny others as wrong. Looking at it from this, when affairs match oneself, then they're nothing but right. When they conflict with the heart, there's nothing but wrong. The searching for what is right is not searching for a coherent way, but searching for what fits oneself. Avoiding what is wrong is not criticizing what is perverse and twisted, but avoiding what goes against one's heart. So this passage is more descriptive than critical. We simply do perceive the world according to our own positions and needs. This leads into the second key point, which is that each doctrine is useful in certain contexts. So each has that which it fits, each has that for which it is appropriate. Different philosophical positions are actually compared to tools. It says it's just like an axe, hatchet, hammer, and chisel. Each has that to which it applies. The world chapter of the Zhuangzi, as I said, makes a similar point, saying each has places in which it excels and sometimes in which it's useful. Okay, so thus far, the Huainanzi is advocating a strongly pluralistic position. Every philosophy arises in response to particular needs and a particular context. Each is partial, but has its appropriate use. What then of the position of the Huainans itself? Is there an impartial alternative, right? Is there an all-encompassing position? The whole book ends with this passage here. It says, we've cast aside its limits and boundaries and drawn on the pure and tranquil in order to unify the world, bring coherence to the myriad things, respond to changes, and connect different categories. We've not followed the route of a single set of tracks or held onto the perspective of one edge or allowed ourselves to be entangled or fettered by things so as not to advance with the changes of the time. Thus, place this in its narrowest context and it will not be blocked. Spread it through the world and there will be no gaps. So it might look here like the Huainans takes an approach similar to that of Xunzi, with the diversity of philosophical positions ultimately encompassed in its own single position. But I think really the position of the text is more like a non-position. When it says that it was not stuck to any one track or edge, the point is that it allows for all of the tracks. That is why it never gets blocked, why it never runs out, why it can respond to any changes. So, okay, let me now move toward a conclusion. In approaching philosophical diversity outside the abstract opposition between truth and error, these three texts, I think, have much value for understanding philosophical diversity. So for Xunzi, our inability to attend to the full multiplicity and singularity of experience requires some reduction that necessarily obscures while it also highlights. As the Zhuangzi says, every division leaves something undivided. That explains the differences in how each person views the world, but I think it would also extend to cultures as well. So one of the fundamental things that distinguish Chinese and Western philosophies is that they chose to highlight different things. So I just have some maybe trivial examples here. Chinese philosophers were very concerned with those moments when, without thinking about it, I spontaneously do the right thing or act skillfully. Western philosophers don't talk much about that, but they're focused on those moments when I have a difficult decision to make and I have to think about it and reason through what to do. We might also say Greek philosophers were very concerned with the status of mathematical truths. This wasn't of much interest to Chinese philosophers. Chinese philosophers were concerned with much more complex patterns of stimulus and response, things like how do plants grow, what makes plants grow and not grow. So partiality, I think, explains diversity well, but it doesn't necessarily affirm it. For both Xunzi and the authors of the World chapter, diversity really only arises through failure. We differ because we each miss different aspects of reality. Now, diverse philosophies might be our only options, but the ideal would be a comprehensive and unbiased philosophy that left nothing out. Hegel thought he had that. Xunzi also thought he had that. The authors of the World claim that the ancients had that, but that it has now been lost. This negative attitude toward diversity is not, I think, accidental. It seems to follow as long as we hold on to Hegel's claim that ultimately the truth has to be one. Diversity of philosophies may each be true, but only because there are so many different ways of being inadequate, so many things to miss. And this, I think, is not just an arbitrary claim coming from Hegel. I think really this idea that truth has to be one is ultimately rooted in the principle of non-contradiction, that A and not A cannot be both true in the same way at the same time. In fact, this formulation of the problem, though, I think, is assuming a view of philosophy that is too Hegelian. It's a view of philosophy as an abstract system of truths. Now, we've already seen a different view of philosophy in our discussion of Zongmi. The purpose of philosophy in Buddhism is not simply to describe the truth, but to lead people toward a certain way of life. And although Zongmi argues that his form of Buddhism is the only one that is complete in terms of its truth, he does not believe that it's the only form of Buddhism that has value. If we consider philosophy as a living force that mediates between individuals and the world around them, then different philosophies will be best depending on the particular context. The Huainan's account of dwelling, I think, allows for a plurality of ways with equal value. And in fact, that passage about getting the dwelling point right is directly followed by this passage on cultural diversity. It says, as for the Danshui, Taimeng, and so on peoples, right and wrong differ for each, and their customs oppose each other. Ruler and minister, superior and subordinate, husband and wife, father and son, all of that by which they serve each other. What is right for this one is not right for that one. What is wrong for this one is not wrong for that one. It is like the axe, hatchet, mallet, and chisel, each having that which it does. In saying here that right and wrong differ for each, the Huainans is not using the problem of disagreement to make a skeptical argument. Peoples in different cultures, environments, and social roles have genuinely different needs, just as they have different forms of life or ways of dwelling. It's not that right and wrong are unknowable, but that they can only be known within a particular context or dwelling. Any philosophy has to be evaluated within that context. Furthermore, anyone who is in a position that requires shifting between different points, different dwellings, will need to know a diversity of philosophies, mostly to understand the people in a new context, but also just to find the most effective ways of acting there, of living there. Coming back to the title of the conference, I would suggest we consider Asia as a locus for philosophy, not just in terms of philosophies done in Asia, or philosophies that originate from Asia, but also consider what philosophies might be when they're done from this particular locus or dwelling place. All right, so that is the end of the paper, and I'll stop there, and I'm happy to take any questions that people have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franklin Perkins. It is wonderful presentations from you, and it is interesting when you said that avoid of philosophy as an abstract system of truth. What a wonderful encouragement to all of us. So now we keep going these seminars with some discussions or some questions. If you have questions, now the time is for our discussions. I will let you to raise hand virtually.
I think I'll stop the share just so that I can see people's faces
yeah.
better when people are asking the questions.
I have a question.
Sorry, something on here. Thank you. Now, for all of you, the participants, if you have questions or if you want, the first sessions, I think we have 2 questions. The first from Joseph Pai and then Norbertus. Joseph Pai, please.
Thank you, brother. First of all, we are talking about the truth is very interesting. I don't know, maybe I was mistaken that what you are talking about, the truth, then we are talking about wrong and right, isn't it? Then you were talking about the culture background, and then also historical diversity is no longer valued or something like that, you said. But then I think there is also connection with our culture, how we have been, where we have been living, for example. I live with one of a guy from Poland, and he was talking about red color is something very scary or something like that. It's very, for him, it is, red color means communist color. But for me, no, there is nothing to do with communist, for example, like that. Then then we argue about that. Then you are talking about racism is not a cause of probably conflict. And then also I can say religious understanding or belief. I believe it is because of the truth they are looking for or seeking for that. Now, my question is, do you think the truth occurred because of what other things or belief? Because you are talking about racism is not a cause, and I added over religious hatred, for example. And the second one is, do you think there is a solution or sort of platform for us in order to have a certain similar understanding of truth? Although you are talking about there is no ultimate truth, for example, like that, yeah? Or we cannot, actually, we cannot unify the truth, actually, yeah. That's what I believe so. Thank you.
Sorry, could you restate the first question? I didn't catch the first question.
Yeah.
Got it, Father? Do you think the truth occurred because of what other thing or belief? That was my question. In relation to racism, you're talking about racism, and also I was talking about religious hatred, for example. Yeah. Did you get it? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So on the first, let me just clarify that I was making the statement about Hegel's claims here. So I think racism is the cause of a lot of problems, right? What I meant was that it's easy to dismiss what Hegel says about other cultures by saying, well, he's a racist.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually something deeper to his philosophical system. But it's still, I mean, look, what would enable a European philosopher to not take seriously the philosophies of other peoples, right? If we're all human, we should take those seriously, and we should think they might be right, just like our philosophy might be right. So what enabled all of those European philosophers from the Enlightenment to ignore other cultures was their racism, right? That's why I said I think it like enables his doctrine, but I do think that the cause itself is logical to his doctrine, right? So I just want to clarify that on what I was saying about racism there. There's a lot of complicated things around that first question. I guess what I'm trying to look at is kind of the ideal cases, right? So in normal life, a lot of conflict comes because people think their truth is the one truth and they want to impose it on other people, right? And it's an excuse for violence. It's often an excuse not even about the truth. It's an excuse for taking other people's property or using other people, all these kinds of things. What I'm trying to say is that even for what we think like a well-intentioned philosopher looking for the truth, there's a problem that arises there, right? So I'm not looking sort of at the sociological level, but even like well-intentioned philosopher who wants to find the truth, there's a problem with how to account for diversity there. I do think the fact that, say, most Western philosophers don't know anything about Asian philosophy, I don't think that's because they're racist, but I think that that's because we're in a culture that derived from racist views. I think that's the only way to say why should we not learn about what other cultures have said about philosophy? That's why I think, right? On the second thing, in terms of a solution,
in order to have a certain similar understanding.
Right.
Yeah, because I don't okay, we sometimes we say, okay, we have dialogue, but in the end we are starting with a comparison and something like that, to compare our religious, let's say. Right. I think partly it's contextual. So I think that's what really the Huainans is probably closest to my own view. And it would suggest not approaching it in the abstract, but saying, okay, it's like me and you talking, what I mean? Yeah. And where are the differences there, and how can we look really concretely at the role this is playing for us, and look very concretely. I think the question of where does this diversity lie can be more superficial or more deep. So you were saying about the red colors, that seems like a So the Huainans actually gives an example and says somewhere that it describes a group of people who have very different customs, but it says, look, all of these people, the children love their parents, they're all loyal to their country. It's just the way they express that differs, right? And so there's a kind of common core of commitments, concerns, but they get expressed in very different ways that easily look like conflict, How deep those commonalities go would be a question, but I think, again, it would be better to not look at it on the abstract and more think, okay, well, what concerns do we share? It's always, of course, a harder position for the person who thinks they have the truth, right? So I don't, you know what I mean? So I'm very open to saying, like, well, let's all share our views. If somebody thinks they have the truth, then it's a slightly different situation, to how to think about that. But even in that case, I think there's a lot of question about, well, okay, what does it mean to live that truth in a certain locus, in a certain place? And that's going to have to vary, given the complexity of the world. I think it has to vary.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you,
Mr. Franklin. Thank you. And for the second question is from Norbertus. Okay, I'll let you to give your questions. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Franklin. Good morning, everyone. I am a lecturer for philosophy, Western philosophy at Faculty of Philosophy, Catholic University of Vidya Mandira, Kupang. I am very thankful for you and very proud of you, because today you discussed Hegel in Asian context. I studied in Germany. I know Hegel. But my question is not about Hegel. at the beginning of your discussion, you said something interesting and challenging me. The eliminative function of truth. I know that now we are in postmodern era. There are many truths, not only one truth for all. My question, can you give example in Asia, especially China, or the other countries in Asia, Indonesia, for example, about truth that has an eliminative function? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. This is another case, I think, where I'm looking at things in a kind of ideal context, right? So that, yeah, I am probably rejecting the postmodern view, even though my view is kind of similar with the focus on the pluralism, right? Yeah. But that's, I really don't, yeah, it is a very difficult one to think of examples of it. I guess I would at least distinguish between cases where we can't discern what is the truth, or there's disagreements about the truth, and we can't, like one side can't convince the other, right? So there's no eliminative function, but that's really, I think, a matter of not settling on the truth, right? For anybody who thinks that they have found the truth, then the other options are eliminated. So we look on a personal level, at least, we could say that truth has this eliminative function, right? So once I decide that, vaccines are bad or vaccines are good, the other options disappear for me. Even if on a public level, some people are saying they're good, some people are saying they're bad, and there's no mechanism for reaching that truth, for settling that truth. I'm still, I guess, as a philosopher, I want to say, one of those is true, and the other ones are not, right? But so that's what I would take to be the eliminative function of truth. And I think that's usually how it functions for individuals, at least, right? And that once you settle on something as true, I mean, before something's true, you're considering seriously a bunch of different viewpoints, and you're weighing them and getting into them and learning from them. Once you're like, oh no, okay, those ones are the ones that are wrong, this is the one that's true, you've now eliminated the options, right? That's what I had in mind. You're right that in practice nowadays, it's very hard for one truth to sort of come to light and eliminate other positions, right? Given the nature of the media and things, at least here, probably around the whole world. Yeah, it's a very difficult question. Though. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franklin. It seems we have one opportunity for the question is from Father Professor Franciscus Armada, please.
Thank you, moderator, Dr. Robertus Manik. Thank you, Franklin Perkins, for your enlightening presentation and provoking, indeed, philosophy. I just want to know your comments. In my opinion, the problem is not on whether there is one truth or several truths. But the problem is how we do philosophy. So in other words, the problem is in the methodology of philosophizing. For instance, between the Western and Eastern method of philosophizing, as far as I understand, the Western philosophy put an emphasis on the so-called rational way, whether in the Eastern methodology of philosophizing is put more on the relationality, I would say. That's short of relationship between the truth, the life, as well as the world itself. What do you think of this? I just want to know your comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's right. That distinction that you're making is right between the rationality versus the relationality. I think I would put another way to think about the distinction, though, is and this is one between modern Western philosophy really and Chinese philosophy and Asian philosophies in general, right? Is that Asian philosophies are all philosophies that are a way of life, right? The goal is always to live as a philosopher, to live a certain way. And that was true of Greek philosophy as well, Greek and Roman philosophy. It's really with Kant that idea disappears out of philosophy, and it clearly disappears with Hegel. I mean, you still find it a little bit in Hume, you find it in Spinoza, this idea of philosophy as a way of living. But if the primacy is on the way of living, then it can't just be about rationality, right? Because we live in relationships and we have different needs, right? Different contexts. So I just think I should have put this in my talk, but a very famous story, right, where a disciple comes to Confucius and says, when you learn something new, should you immediately put it into practice? And Confucius says to him, no, you should defer to your parents and your family. And then another student comes to Confucius and says, word for word, the same question. When you learn something new, should you immediately put it to practice? And Confucius says, no. Or no, Confucius there says yes, right? So the first time he says no, defer to your parents. Second time he says, yes, you should. Mm-hmm. So a third disciple's heard both of these and says to him, like, well, which one is it? Like, you've contradicted yourself. Should you put it into practice or should you not? And he says, well, the first student is a little bit reckless and impulsive. So I told him no, defer to his parents. The second student, he's a little bit lazy and like doesn't do enough. So I said yes to him, right? So that's a kind of primacy of self-cultivation over truth, right? Because there should be, but I don't even there is a true answer to that, because it really does depend on the person and on the context, right? But you see there, I think your point about how we do philosophy, that's a very different way of doing philosophy, right? And I think that explains a lot. But again, it's not so different from how the Greeks or Romans would have done philosophy, but it's still different. The Greeks and Romans are much more still like there is kind of one truth, but you still find similar things there. I think even if you look at Plato's way of writing, with all of its ambiguities, all of its difficulty of saying, like, what does Plato really think, right? That's another way of kind of creating a more space for the individual to relate to it in their own way.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we apologize due to our limit time for not being able to accommodate all the questions one by one. We believe all the questions that arise are still very important and useful to deepen our insight and reflection. And thank you, Mr. Franklin. I will not conclude these seminars. And Mr. Franklin, would you mind to say one or two messages for us as a closing statement, please?
Well, yeah, I want to just thank you all for the questions, and I wish that we'd had more time to talk, and I wish that we actually were in person to talk also would be very nice sometime. And that's I think, thinking through philosophical diversity, I'll just say thinking through philosophical diversity tends to be dominated by people thinking about Chinese philosophy, Indian philosophy, and Western philosophy. And the philosophical scene in a place like Indonesia, right, which is very important, tends to be left out, And so I think it's good to think about Asia as a locus philosophy, but Indonesia as a locus for philosophy as well, And I wish I could participate more in the dialogue and see what people are doing. But I thank you for inviting me and for your questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Franklin, for all the wonderful presentation you have given. We believe that your presentation is very important and useful for all of us. It encourages us, opens a great hope for the better situation in the future, and we pray all the best is always with you, Mr. Franklin. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you all.
Okay. Now we will take, probably because the time, we will continue to the next session, I think, because all the students of STFT Widya Sasana love Jalan Salib. So we will continue our seminars now for the second session. I think we can take a break for 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome back again to all of you in our international seminar. Hopefully, with a short break, we will find our energy again to continue our seminars. After we followed the reflection in the first session with Mr. Franklin Perkins, PhD, now we will continue this second session, our international seminar about Asia as a locus of philosophy. Our keynote speaker for this second session is Professor Dr. Ignatius Bambang Sugiharto. I'm going to greet warmly Professor Ignatius.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. It is an honor for us to be with you in this international seminar virtually. Professor Dr. Ignatius Bambang Sugiharto has a great academic background and dealt with a lot of academic works and experiences, such as he is a professor of philosophy. He achieved his doctorate of philosophy from Università San Tommaso, Roma, Italia. Author of several books on the problems of postmodernism, arts, religion, humanism, and culture. Among others, Kebudayaan dan Kondisi Post-Tradisi, Culture and the Condition of Post-Tradition, 2019. Editor of Overlapping Territories, Asian Voices on Culture, and received Cultural Award from Government of Bandung, 2012. His articles have been published in national and international journals from 2006 until 2008, served as President of Asian Association of Christian Philosophers, and from 2005 until 2007 as Secretary General of International Society for Universal Dialogue. He is a research fellow of several institutions of philosophy in Copenhagen, Tokyo, Washington, D.C., and Hong Kong, currently teaching at Parahyangan Catholic University, or UNPAR, Bandung Institute of Technology, ITB, and Islamic State University, UIN, Bandung, Indonesia. In this second session, Professor Dr. Ignatius Bambang Sugiharto will give his presentations with the theme, Asia's Turn. Just like before, this theme will be presented for about 45 minutes. And to further deepen the reflection we have had, it will be followed by a discussion or session for the questions for about 10 until 15 minutes. Now, let us start our second session. Professor Ignatius, I hand it over to you now. Please, time is yours.
Thank you, Father. Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to be invited to deliver my opinion on this important conference. Yeah, I'll be talking more about what is specific in the Asian context in this matter. If Mr. Perkins had talked about philosophy as well, a system of truth, let's say, I'll be talking a little bit about that too, but in different ways. Yeah, I think I'd better share my PowerPoint to make it easier to follow. Okay. Yeah, I'll be talking firstly about the reason why Asia today is important in some ways, and the upside of Asian context as well as the downside, and then I'll be talking about what we can do. Now, why Asia? Why is it Asia's turn? It seems to have a say, in this situation in the 21st century. Well, because in my opinion, Western philosophy has overcome their predicament through Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and Heidegger. Western philosophy has turned its course towards Asia's framework somehow. Indeed, to a considerable extent, through them, through Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Heidegger, Western philosophy has drawn on Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism in order to overcome its own predicament. So what I mean is that through Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and Heidegger, in particular, Western philosophy seems to realize their own limitation, their own constraints. Now, on the contrary, Asian philosophers today, like Kyoto School philosophers, also find their own way of doing philosophy by means of a dialogue vis-a-vis Western philosophy. Hence, the prevailing paradigm today actually is beyond East and West. So this is my standpoint, because later I will see also that the concept of East and West perhaps is not adequate any longer. Thirdly, cross-cultural interconnectedness is indispensable today, in which all the participants are compelled to re-articulate and reinvent their unique perspective through others' point of view, respectively. Meaning the West through the East and vice versa, the East through the West. Through the other, we find a new and better our own identity, because identity is relational. I agree with what Father Armada said just now. Identity is relational. Fourthly, this is also connected to science. Scientific advancements are now leading to ultimate questions regarding the essence of reality, consciousness, and self, of which Asian philosophies have profound and unique visions. So it is only natural that the world now pays attention to Asia. Well, as we know through quantum physics or neurosciences, the hard problem is the mystery of consciousness. Of course, some scientists have investigated so much about how the brain works, but consciousness and self is something else. It is not simply a product of the brain. So this is today one of the ultimate mysteries. Okay. So what does Asia have in this issue? I'll be talking about the upside. Firstly, as Western philosophy through phenomenology eventually landed on the centrality of experience, or Leibniz, in Asia, experience has always been the center of gravity of philosophy, whose character is mostly trans-conceptual. So that's why in the problem of truth, perhaps in the Asian context, truth is not something propositional somehow, verbal or discursive truth. Or even perhaps the truth is not the ultimate thing to pursue. Instead, wisdom is the ultimate point that we have to pursue. Wisdom as self-cultivation, let's say, using Mr. Perkins' presentation. Okay, that's the first. Secondly, while Western philosophy has been grappling for a non-oppositional character of binary system, which ended up with Derrida's deconstruction, in Asia, binary systems have always been viewed in terms of affirmative creative paradoxes. All kinds of dualism are by nature complementary to, or even prerequisite for each other. Yin cannot exist without yang, let's say in Taoism or in Nishida's terminology. The transcendent exists only in terms of the immanence and the other way around. Or reality is being and nothing at the same time. So we can understand what life really is only in terms of death. So this dualism is complementary to each other, even I would say prerequisite for each other. Without death, there is no life. Without life, there is no death. Okay, thirdly, while the West has gained undeniable success due to their objective logic of substance at the expense of mental health, the East has always been prioritizing a logic of the heart, which in the Javanese, we call it the logic of rasa, and harmony, which are crucial for mental health. Mental health in the sense of cultivation of the soul. Of course, this is debatable. We can talk further about this third point. Yeah, and then we'll see the downside of Asia's context. Firstly, the political condition. The reflexive thinking is always under the shadow of regime of truth, using Foucault's terminology. That is, its acceptance depends on the powers that be. Yeah, and in Asian context, the regime of truth, the politics, is so prevalent that it's not always conducive to deeper reflexive thinking. We in this country, in Indonesia, we experience such thing, especially during the regime of Suharto, the new order. Okay, that is the political condition. Secondly, the emotional condition. The ambiguity of our attitude towards the West. The predominance of the West is commonly taken in ambivalent predispositions, in admiration as well as in resentment. Because resentment due to the history of colonialism in the past, admiration because the fact is that, well, the West is a kind of symbol of progress in many ways. Yeah, and then thirdly, in such an extremely multipolar society, we can barely use big categories such as authentically Asian philosophy, because which Asia? For Asia connotes a variety of meanings. It can mean, of course, India, China, Japan, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, and so on and so forth. Or in terms of influence, the influence of Hindu, Buddhism, Islam, Confucian, Taoism, etc. So which Asia? Of course, we cannot make a generalization somehow. Yeah, this is also the problem. I mean, the problem of category. Fourthly, in the global cross-cultural intersections, like today, culture is no longer a monolithic way of life. It instead is more like a lifestyle made up of various inspirations from other cultures, depending on the aspiration of each person. So is philosophy. Even if a philosophy is claimed to be rooted in a particular culture, it will end up as a personal work of art. Yeah, this is also the problem that makes it difficult, to claim that this is Asia's, or even authentically Asia's culture, philosophy. Because in doing philosophy, that's mentioned by Father Armada, well, what we call method, we can choose. Even philosophical methods are created by philosophers. So we practically, technically, we create our own methods of philosophizing. And therefore, our philosophy in reality is more like a personal work of art. Although inspired perhaps by some of Asian cultures or even Western culture. Fifthly, that said, given the prevailing religious character of Asia, doing philosophy in an Asian context might also be more complicated in that religion might obstruct the philosopher's exploration. In addition, contrary to Western philosophy, which is highly discursive, the religious character of Eastern philosophy also makes it tend to be non-discursive. This makes the two modes of doing philosophy to some extent incompatible. So what I mean is that the religious beliefs tends to always overshadow, our doing philosophy. And while somehow doing philosophy in today's condition is always a sort of discursive activity, putting things in language, even in critical, rational language. These oftentimes have the risk of contradicting our religious beliefs. Yeah, I guess this is something inevitable in our Asian context. Okay, then, what can be done? Firstly, since the ultimate topics in philosophy and science currently is the mystery of being, consciousness, self, and value, whereas despite their differences, both Western and Eastern philosophies have their own merits and depth. It is only natural that these topics are to be elaborated further through dialogical collaborations between the two, particularly in facing the post-human age today. So I prefer the term dialogue instead of dialectic, because dialectic connotes that in some ways the process will end up in one synthesis, absolute synthesis, like what is imagined by Hegel. I don't believe such synthesis. I don't believe such synthesis. And dialogue is a never-ending process, because one depending on the position of our partner, of the interlocutors, it will keep changing. It will keep inspiring both parties, and this will never end. Or if we have to say about end, it would be at least in the sense of personal conclusion, temporary personal conclusion. It's not a synthesis, Hegelian synthesis as absolute knowledge. Okay, so I prefer dialogical collaborations in which through these dialogues we find each other again and again. We reinvent our position again and again. Secondly, the dialogue would mean a process of reduction as well as expansion for both. The depth of experience in the Eastern philosophy might be reduced when it has to articulate itself in terms of conceptual verbal discourse. On the other hand, their perspectives could also be expanded when they are introduced to Western perspectives. But the same is true also for the Western philosophy. especially when it has to take into account concepts such as language of the heart, the logic of rasa, or neontology in Nishida's terminology, for example. Yeah, I mean, what is the concept of nothingness vis-a-vis being, like in Nishida's philosophy, or what is the logic of rasa vis-a-vis the Aristotelian logic with its identity principle of non-contradictory. I guess we can re-articulate our own standpoint in terms of the other, the different language or concepts, like language of the heart. This is actually something mysterious. What is the heart? We never know, because the heart is not level. So what is the heart? This is remain a big mystery. But the language of the heart, does it mean language of feeling? But what is feeling? Because for example, in Javanese philosophy, feeling has multiple layers of meaning. At least there are 5 meanings of rasa. For example, rasa, of course, at the most superficial level, it can mean taste, but at the deeper level, it can mean feeling, emotional feeling. But sorry, I pressed something. Okay, and at the third level, deeper level, rasa could mean sensibility to virtue. And the fourth meaning, rasa would mean vehicle of life, like semen, the quintessence of life, something spiritual as well as physical. At the deepest level, rasa could mean intuition of cosmic essence, which is quite rather similar with rahasya. So the meaning of each concept in our cultural context can be multi-layered, can be very, very profound, and this we can find this deeper layer through dialogue with other perspectives, other kind of philosophy. Okay, thirdly, all in all, the bottom line is that we have to explore and enhance our own tradition in terms of the other. Meaning, by using perspective of the other, we will have wider and deeper access to our own specific points of view. And we can develop it further to its ontological and epistemological consequences if we are supposed to use Western basic terminology. For example, in Javanese philosophy, ontology is to be pursued inward, not outward, like in Western philosophy. And epistemology is always ethical in nature, whose validity lies not in its conceptual correctness, but rather in our behavior and sensibility. So the risk of the Western style of philosophizing, I guess, which is very discursive, the pursuit of truth will end up in the concept of truth and falsity, of correctness, I would say. This is not the real truth. Correctness, while in Javanese kind of philosophy, I wonder if truth is really the ultimate thing we have to pursue, because perhaps wisdom is deeper than truth. It's deeper than propositional truth even. This is a matter of self-cultivation. And this feeling this feeling in Japanese context is, let's say, the ultimate faculty, not the rationality, although rationality is also important for articulating the feeling. But the intuition of essence lies in the deepest feeling. The verbal articulation it can be helped by rationality, discursive rationality, but the discursive rationality with its pursuit of propositional truth is not the most important. Yeah, this is in a nutshell what I have in mind. I think we'd better have a discussion on this thing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Can I stop my share to make it easier, the interaction?
Okay.
It's short.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Ignatius Bambang. Some notes that I can give is, it is interesting when you mentioned that Western philosophy or Western philosophers, and you compare to the Hinduism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Also, you mentioned also about the dialogical aspect of truth, and you said that wisdom is deeper than the truth. And now time for the discussion or questions. We have a few questions here, and I think for the questions you may ask by raising hand sign virtually, and we will let you to ask directly in English. It seems that we have one question from Father Cristobala. Please.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Professor Bambang Sugiharto for your inspiring presentation. My question is, in the context of injustices or morally evil action, how do you keep or maintain the idea of harmony in our social context of life of the social context? And the second question is, many people generally think that Western philosophers think like in category of either or, and Asian philosophers tend to think in both and category. It seems like a little bit problematic for Asian philosophy, both and categorical philosophy. In terms of relating in concerning injustices or morally evil action, how we can maintain this kind of categorical thinking, both and in Asian philosophy. This is my two questions. Thank you. I am waiting for your comment on this.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you, Father.
Yeah.
Thank you, Father Bala. Yeah, this is quite interesting question, of course, because this brings us to reality, especially social reality where injustice or evil always exists. But I think it depends on how we see evil. And in my own perspective, evil or negativity somehow is important to make us realize further and deeper what goodness means, what virtues mean. And if you say harmony, what harmony really means, it is important. Without without suffering, we cannot really understand what happiness means. So without evil, without injustice, we can never realize deeper what our ideal really is. Like like morally good, morally justice. That's it. There is an importance. There is importance of this contradiction. That's what I mean. But then, what is harmony? Harmony is something we have to learn in the process. Harmony is I can't tell what harmony really is, but harmony is like conducive condition for us, for everyone to grow. You know, that's what I mean. But this condition is depending on the context and on the problems. Well, you can say conceptually, harmony requires equality, justice, and so on and so forth. That is theoretical, because what justice means, what equality means, it's always contextual. In what sense? So I can't say what harmony really is. We just have to pursue it together in the dialogical process. And secondly, the problem with both and, it becomes a problem when we are still thinking in terms of non-contradictory logic of Aristotle. But in reality, I guess, we always think not in Aristotelian kind of logic. We keep learning from others unwittingly. Unwittingly, we keep learning from others. And we gradually, we understand deeper and deeper through the problems we are facing, through the differences we are facing. That's my point. So it becomes a problem, the way of thinking both and, if we think again in terms of Aristotelian type of logic. But that's not real. It is good. Aristotelian kind of logic is good to make an abstract extraction of experiences. But when we think in terms of experience, I guess, no, it doesn't work, because that's not what we usually experience on a daily basis. But that's it, Father Bala.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bambang Sugiharto. In terms like harmony, I think in the context of like in Suharto era, where lots of killings or massacres, and he tried to say that for the purpose of harmony, national harmony, it's best to keep silence and don't talk about it, don't reveal it to the public or something like that, because of kind of philosophy of harmony that really embedded in our culture or our philosophy. So it's really problematic for me, at least. How do you comment on this? Your opinion on this?
Yeah, that's what I mean by contextual, by learning from the context, because I know very well that during the Suharto regime, even the concept of harmony is manipulated for the sake of his own power. I know, even the concept of human rights and so on and so forth is manipulated for his own interest. But that's why, to me, it depends on our problems, our concrete problems. That's what I mean by context. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then we moving on to the next question from Father Otto Gusti, please, and please introduce yourself and your background institution, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Bambang. Yeah, my name is Otto Gusti.
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
from the Lederero Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. Yeah, I would like to. Yeah, thank you for your inspiring presentation. I would like to hear your comments on the question of the identity of philosophy in Asia. If we read the history of Western philosophy in the past, the Western philosophy is always close related to religion. And in modern philosophy, philosophy tried to emancipate itself, yeah, from religion. And now philosophy tries to become science, but it is related to a crisis of identity of philosophy, because if philosophy or philosophy as a search for wisdom or happiness, in the sense, philosophy can be replaced by religion as well, and as instrument to search for truth. I think science can work better than philosophy. Yeah, it is the crisis of identity of philosophy in Western, in European philosophy now. And how is in Asia, according to you? Can we talk about philosophy in Asia separate from religion? Or yeah, I would like to hear your comments on this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Otto. First of all, I guess we are in a situation where there are many kinds of truth, scientific truths, religious truths, philosophical truths. Yeah, even there are many truths, in social media, in internet. That's why they call it now post-truth era, because too many concepts of truth, meaning there is no truth, there is no one truth. Well, this is the challenge that we are facing today. I wonder if the truth is really the ultimate question we have to pursue. Perhaps even more today, again, wisdom is the ultimate thing, the most important. Wisdom in the sense of, on the one hand, we should take inspirations from many sources, which is quite open today, including religions, many religions, but also take some inspirations from science, from the progress of science and technology. We are now living in many sources of inspirations, and we have to take into account all this, I guess. That's why, to me, doing philosophy in Asian context today cannot but like doing our own work of art, our own the philosophy of our own creation, by using inspiration from many directions and then incorporate it into our own religion. So in this sense, even religious life has to take into account other kind of truth, if truth matters conceptually. So the problem of religion today in Asia, but in all over the world, I guess, not only in Asia, problem of religion all over the world, I guess, they have to understand anew their own doctrines in terms of the new situations. Well, I know that Catholic Church have done such thing even since 1962 or 63 with Second Vatican Council, and now I guess the Pope Francis is doing it further. So the issue, I guess, is like what is been doing by Pope Francis. The main issue, I guess, is not the truth, but the human problem. The human problem we are facing together. So our focus should be that. Even doctrines should be re-articulated. Its meaning should be deepened and re-articulated in terms of human problem today, especially in this, what they call a post-human situation. That's it, Father Otto.
Okay.
Nice to meet you again after so long.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bambang Sugiharto. Here there is a question from Chatur. He has a question here in the chat room, and he asked, in Eastern philosophy, rasa has its own truth, probably not strictly logical truth, but the truth of heart. Maybe because of these perceptions, the people in the East are more religious than in the West, probably, because the truth of God can be more grasped, experienced, or felt by our heart in pureness than in our mind. What is your comment or opinion about this? Please, Professor Bambang.
Yeah. Well, I believe that. I believe that our heart is not simply feeling, not simply emotional feeling, and rasa is not simply emotional feeling, but our deepest intuition about the deepest mystery of reality, of life, and of self, consciousness, and so on and so forth. Well, I know even what is interesting is even in the West, for a long time, there is no place for intuition and feeling. There is no place for intuition because it is what is prevalent for quite a long time is discursive rationality, and feeling in that in that perspective, feeling is simply quite subjective, emotional, and it's not something worthwhile. But since Husserl, for example, and subsequent philosophers, the role of intuition is important, becomes more important. And like today, intuition is considered important and even essential. Now, if feeling or rasa here is meant intuition, something like intuition, profound intuition, and something related to concrete experience of self, I guess that is something worthwhile that we have. And if we connect it to religion, practice of religion, I also believe that this kind of intuition, this kind of rasa, would be more tolerant to other religious doctrines, to different religious doctrines, because if one is living in rasa, the emphasis is not in cognitive proposition, but in concrete relationship, and this will exceed the the limitations of doctrines, and hence will exceed also the sharpness of differences of beliefs. So, in short, I agree that rasa, if properly understood, would become perhaps a better entrance to our religious or to spirituality. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Bambang. And we move to the next question from Eli Sabufun. And please, Eli, introduce yourself and your background institution, please.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity to me. And I would like to introduce myself first to you so you can know me. My name is Antonius Elias of Ubun, and I am graduated from Seminary Pineleng 3 years ago. And now I work as a teacher in minor seminary in Southeast Maluku, Indonesia. That is my identity. And first of all, I would like to thank Professor Bambang Sugiharto for your presentation. And I'm so interested to the topic or title that we discussed today. My question is, how can we unite or elaborate doing philosophy in Western style, I can say so, and Eastern style, I mean, in the context of Indonesia, because we need those two preferences, both in Western and Eastern in the context of Indonesia. So please answer my question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this important question. Yeah, I mean, we can realize what we have in our culture through the dialogue with others. So, for example, when Western philosophy, they elaborate their thinking in terms of discursive rationality, very highly conceptual, and which is sharply distinguished concepts, through that kind of rationality, discursive rationality, we can realize the position of, like what I said before, of feeling, of intuition, and things like that. Without dialogue with this other, or without the dialogue with the Western kind of philosophy, we can barely understand the deeper meaning of our own. So we have to elaborate, but firstly to clarify, doing or philosophizing in a discursive manner is to some extent inevitable today in this global context in which we interchange verbally, conceptually with others. So it's not enough simply living this philosophy, Asian philosophy, in our concrete existence. Almost every culture today is prompted to articulate their views, their values more explicitly. And this we have to learn, because perhaps we are not skillful enough in articulating our values, our beliefs in a rational manner, So this is also important. Discursive, rational mode of thinking a la the West is important, because we have to learn to articulate our mystery, our beliefs in such terminology. And on the other hand, the West can learn about many things that they don't take into account so far in their own philosophy, and they can take some inspiration and even incorporate some inspiration into their own philosophy. Like the idea of Nishida's philosophy, which is Buddhistic, of nothingness not being. Nothingness can be understood clearly, more clearly in terms of being. So whereas the Western philosophy focuses on the role of nothingness, Of course, sometimes it's just they give a hands on nothingness, but not really elaborated as done by Nishida's philosophy. So I mean, the discursive rationality of the West is important for us to learn to articulate our own verbally, conceptually. That's it. I think it has been done by many philosophers. Like Japanese philosophy has been elaborated in terms of Western philosophy so far by Romo Magnis, by Zoetmulder, by things like that. You know, it is in that way our tradition is re-articulated, but even more reinvented. I have to say. Reinvented. Well, that's the fate of the situation today. We have to reinvent our beliefs and tradition. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Ignatius Bambang. And would you mind to give a short response probably to the questions here from Joseph Pai? Mr. Bambang, on your slide, there was the point of downside, and you stated, which is Asia. We can never have one understanding of the perspective of views, but we somehow have a like paradigm, don't we? In terms of manner, for instance. Would you mind to give short response, please?
Wait. I'm trying to reread. Could you please, excuse me, reread because the first part is...
Okay, Mr. Bambang, on your slide, there was the point of downside, and you stated, which Asia. We can never have one understanding of perspective of views, but we somehow have like a paradigm, don't we, in terms of manner, for instance? Thank you.
Yes, paradigm, not one Asian. Well, the thing is, making generalization is inevitable on the one hand. While I emphasize that there are many differences consisted in this word Asia, which Asia, it can be Japan, can be China, but I guess some sort of generalization is inevitable. At least if using your terminology, perhaps we can say the paradigm. Paradigm is more like main perspectives, like that, something like this, that philosophy in Asia is always connected to beliefs, to religion, for example. If the paradigm, what do you mean by paradigm is such thing? Yeah, okay, I agree. We can say not Asia's philosophy, not Asian philosophy, but Asian paradigm. Provided by that is meant a broader perspective of looking at things. Well, I agree. If by paradigm is meant a broader perspective. But if by paradigm is meant basic conceptual system that we use, I guess Chinese basic conceptual system is different from Indian. And even in Indian conceptual system, there are many differences as well. There are Vaiseshika and and other schools of thought. So, but it depends on what you mean by paradigm. That's what I mean. It depends on what you mean by paradigm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Bambang. And there's a quick question here. How do we ensure the Western philosophers that what we elaborate on a local philosophy belongs to the realm of philosophy, and this is not merely an anthropological exploration of local thoughts?
Yeah, doing philosophy in terms of cultural tradition willy-nilly, we have to take into account some anthropological data. But how for instance, doing philosophy in Sundanese cultural context would mean taking into account willy-nilly some anthropological data of the Sundanese culture. But then we have to incorporate it deeper. They try to find the further deeper consequences of the data, and that's firstly we have to take further consequences of their beliefs and their way of thinking. But then philosophy should connect the different dots of anthropological condition of that culture. Normally, anthropology does not do that. Taking so diverse dots into putting it into one big vision. That is philosophy. I guess, in that sense, philosophy brings further consequences, deeper meaning of anthropological data. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bambang Sugiharto, and we apologize again. Due to our limit time, we apologize for not being able to accommodate all the questions one by one here, and we believe that all the questions that arise are still very useful for deepening our understanding and our insights. And again, I will not conclude your presentations, Professor Ignatius, but would you mind to give us one or two sentences as a closing statement, please?
Yes. Facing differences, I guess we cannot take anymore the militaristic point of view, which says that we have to defend ourselves from the infiltration of those foreign influences. This standpoint is no longer relevant, I guess. We have to embrace different standpoints and take some inspirations to find our own standpoints, our own deeper standpoints. So we can take inspiration from any sources, any culture, just to explore our own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ignatius Bambang Sugiharto, for all the wonderful presentations you have given. We believe that your reflection in this seminar is very important and useful for all of us, and enriches our insights, brings a positive understanding, and gives us hope for the future, particularly here in Indonesia, in Asia. And we pray all the best is yours, Professor Ignatius. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And now we finished our second session, and we believe we'll take a break for about 15 minutes. And we will come back again here for the third session at 10:30 Indonesian time, 10:30 WIB. Yeah. Thank you very much. And now I hand it over to Father Wayan, probably, or Father Iwan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robertus Pius Manik, for handling the task of being a good moderator, and also for Professor Bambang Sugiharto and Franklin Perkins for giving us thoughtful inspiration and also insight regarding how to do philosophy in Asian context and exploring, let's say, how we can use a Japanese notion of rasa as a starting point. Let us now take a break, 15-minute break. You can have your coffee break while imagining philosophy in Asian theology. Let's take a short break, 15-minute break.
Thank you, Father Marianto. We take a coffee break.
Di sini kami menimba pengetahuan. Memupuk persahabatan. Bernalar dalam diskusi dan bertukar argumentasi. Tempat yang baik bagi tumbuhnya kader gereja dan bangsa.
Sekolah Tinggi Filsafat Teologi Widya Sasana yang berkedudukan di Malang memiliki visi menjadi komunitas pencerah budi dan hati dan mendidik para calon pemimpin gereja dan dunia. Nah, statement kami tentang pencerah budi dan hati memaksudkan pendidikan yang menyeluruh. Bagaimana manusia itu bergumul dengan dunia pendidikan, pertumbuhan intelektual mereka, dan terutama kemanusiaan mereka. Nah, mendidik para calon pemimpin gereja dan dunia, jelas STFT Widya Sasana memiliki visi yang tegas mendidik para calon-calon pemimpin komunitas-komunitas gereja ini di mana-mana, di mana mereka ditugaskan, dikirim di seluruh dunia. Dari sebab itu mereka menjadi pemimpin gereja dan dunia. Nah, konteks ini membawa kepada sebuah kesadaran yang berlanjut pada misi kami, yaitu menyelenggarakan pendidikan, tentu saja dalam perspektif 3, yaitu sebagaimana diurai dalam Tridharma, yaitu pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat, lalu menaruh perhatian secara khusus kepada bidang-bidang yang kami tekuni, yaitu filsafat dan teologi kontekstual. Teologi kontekstual artinya teologi yang mengabdi kepada kepentingan konteks, yaitu untuk gereja dan untuk dunia. Selamat datang di STFT
Widya Sasana
Malang.
Pancasila, rumah kita, rumah untuk kita semua. Nilai dasar Indonesia, rumah kita selamanya. Untuk semua puji namanya, untuk semua cinta sesama, untuk semua warna menyatu, untuk semua bersambung rasa, untuk semua saling membagi pada setiap insan sama dapat merasa. Oh Indonesiaku, oh Indonesia. Pancasila, rumah kita, rumah untuk kita semua. Nilai dasar Indonesia, rumah kita selamanya. Untuk semua puji namanya, untuk semua cinta sesama, untuk semua warna menyatu, untuk semua bersambung rasa, untuk semua saling membagi pada setiap insan sama dapat merasa. Oh Indonesiaku, oh Indonesia.
Tanah air ku tidak kulupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cintai, engkau ku hargai. Walaupun banyak negeri ku jalani, yang masyhur
Okay, everyone, after taking a short break and maybe having a cup of coffee flavor with philosophy, we will resume now and dig deeper into our philosophical inquiry. We will have a promising philosopher from the East, my confrère, Dr. Otto Gustimadung. And now I'd like to invite our moderator, Christophorus Bala, MA. Let us, everyone. I'd like to make an announcement. If you feel inconvenient to use English, or if English is not your cup of tea, feel free to raise question or comment in Bahasa, because our locus of philosophy, we are discussing Asia as locus of philosophy and theology. Feel free also to use Bahasa when you feel it need to. Let us now continue our discussion. I would like to let us welcome Christo Bala as our moderator.
Okay,
I'll give the session to you.
Thank you, Dr. Ryan, for handing over the session to me. The honorable rectors, distinguished professors and lecturers, distinguished speakers, staffs and students, participants, ladies and gentlemen, who are joining virtually from different places across Indonesia and abroad. Once again, good morning and welcome back to the third plenary session of this seminar. I hope that you had a good break and still have the energy and the joy to participate in the third plenary session of today. So I am Christophorus Bala, SVD. I am your moderator in this session. And our next speaker is Dr. Otto Gustimadung, SVD. And I would like to invite Dr. Otto Gusti to present yourself on the screen, please. And it is my honor to read you a short profile of Dr. Otto Gusti. Dr. Otto Gustimadung, an ordained priest, a member of the Society of the Divine Word, was born on May the 20th, 1970, in Lengko Elar Manggarai, Flores. In 1999, he obtained his master's degree in theology from the Institute of Philosophy and Theology at St. Gabriel Mundlik by Wien, Austria. And in 2008, he obtained PhD degree from the Institute of Philosophy in Munich, Germany, with his dissertation Politik und Gewalt, Giorgio Agamben und Jürgen Habermas im Vergleich. In English, Politics and Violence, a comparative study of Jürgen Habermas and Giorgio Agamben. His academic teaching and positions since 2008, he has served as lecturer at Ledelore Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology, Flores. He has served as dean and vice dean at the same institute for some terms. And from 2022 to the present, he has served as rector of Ledelore Institute of Philosophy and Creative Technology. He is the author of several books, but here I just name some of his books. Negara, Agama, dan Hak-Hak Asasi Manusia, published in Ledelore, Maumere, 2014. Filsafat Politik Negara dalam Bentangan Diskursus Filosofis, published 2013. Sekularisme, Toleransi, dan Demokrasi, published in 2017. And Politik Antara Legalitas dan Moralitas, published 2009. He also published articles on politics and human rights. And the topic of his presentation, Habermas' view on the relationship between faith and reason, and its implication for the discourse on public role of religion in Indonesia. Distinguished participants, without further ado, let us come heartily Dr. Otto Madung. Dr. Otto, I hand over to you the session. The platform and time are yours.
Yeah, thank you, Father Christophorus, for the kindly, friendly introduction. And the topic of my presentation is Habermas' view on the relationship between faith and reason and its implication for the discourse on public role of religion in Indonesia. And as Father Christo told us already, that my background of study, I studied in two German speaking countries, in Austria and in German. So in Germany, so English is not I'm not at home with English. So I have to deliver my presentation in Bahasa Indonesia. I was several months in Australia, but I don't feel so. I feel more secure if I make the presentation or deliver the paper in Bahasa Indonesia. Jadi minta maaf. Oke, izinkan saya untuk share screen, Romo Christo.
Yeah, for the IT staff, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Sudah kelihatan ya?
Yeah.
Ini. Oke. Tidak. Ini. Oke. Baik, topik presentasi saya itu pandangan Habermas tentang relasi antara iman dan akal budi dan implikasinya bagi diskursus tentang peran publik agama di Indonesia. Presentasi ini dibagi ke dalam 4 bagian. Yang pertama itu introduksi singkat. Lalu yang kedua, pada bagian kedua saya akan memberikan gambaran umum tentang relasi antara agama dan ruang publik dalam teori politik pada umumnya. Lalu pada bagian ketiga saya akan membahas secara khusus pandangan Jürgen Habermas tentang iman dan common sense dengan akal budi. Lalu bagian terakhir saya coba menarik sejumlah relevansi untuk konteks Indonesia dari pemikiran Habermas itu. Konteks Indonesia tentang bagaimana kita merumuskan peran publik agama di Indonesia. Ya. Pada awal berdirinya bangsa Indonesia ada perdebatan yang luar biasa antara dua pendiri negara kita, yakni Soekarno dan Natsir, tentang landasan moral bangsa Indonesia yang akan didirikan. Soekarno pada waktu itu berpandangan bahwa Indonesia, karena dia adalah negara yang plural, baik dari perspektif etnis maupun latar belakang agama, dia menganjurkan agar Indonesia menjadi negara yang sekular. Ya. Kemudian Muhammad Natsir berpandangan sebaliknya. Dia ragu bagaimana dengan basis moralitas sebuah negara yang sekular. Karena itu Muhammad Natsir menganjurkan agar bangsa Indonesia itu dibangun di atas titik pijak moralitas Islam. Dan perdebatan antara dua pendiri negara ini berakhir dengan sebuah kompromi di mana Pancasila itu diterima sebagai landasan moral bangsa Indonesia. Dengan pengakuan atas Pancasila, bangsa Indonesia tidak menjadi negara Islam yang dapat menimbulkan penolakan dari agama-agama dan kepercayaan lain. Namun kelompok Islam tetap menerima Pancasila karena Pancasila diakui sebagai konsensus lintas batas atau apa yang Rawls katakan overlapping konsensus. Dan Pancasila itu dipandang untuk kelompok Islam atau kelompok religius itu mampu mengartikulasikan moralitas publik Islam. Pengakuan akan Pancasila juga tidak menjadikan bangsa Indonesia sebagai negara sekuler, ya, yang dapat menimbulkan reaksi negatif dari kelompok-kelompok religius. Perdebatan tentang peran publik agama di Indonesia itu belum berakhir dengan diterimanya Pancasila sebagai landasan moral bangsa. Polemik seputar pasal agama di dalam kitab Undang Hukum Pidana yang baru disahkan pada awal tahun 2023 ini itu menunjukkan bahwa perdebatan tentang peran publik agama di Indonesia itu belum berakhir. Ya, kita masih ingat sebelum pengesahan KUHP tersebut, ya, ada perdebatan seputar pasal perlindungan terhadap agama. Perlindungan terhadap agama itu dianggap bertentangan dengan prinsip hak asasi manusia karena yang dilindungi itu seharusnya bukan agamanya, tapi subjeknya, tapi individu yang beragama. Lalu pasal tentang penodaan dan larangan untuk menganut dan menyebarkan ateisme yang dianggap bertentangan dengan prinsip kebebasan berekspresi di dalam hak asasi manusia. Perdebatan tentang peran publik agama ini sebenarnya bukan hanya terjadi di negara-negara yang religius seperti Indonesia, tapi juga di negara-negara sekular. Pada umumnya di negara-negara sekular, pandangan mainstream itu mengatakan bahwa agama itu adalah bagian dari ruang privat, atau agama itu dianggap sebagai bagian dari ruang privat karena kalau agama itu tampil di ruang publik, dia akan menciptakan intoleransi dan kekerasan serta fundamentalisme. Richard Rorty misalnya, dia menyebut agama sebagai conversation stopper atau penghalang komunikasi. Ya. Namun sejak awal tahun 2000, tepatnya tahun 2001, pada tataran global, diskursus normatif tentang privatisasi agama ya, itu mengalami gugatan secara empiris. Sekurang-kurangnya sejak peristiwa terorisme 11 September 2001, kita menyaksikan secara tragis dampak publik dan makna politis dari keyakinan religius yang selalu diasumsikan sebagai bagian dari ranah privat. Jadi agama mulai tampil ke ruang publik tapi dalam wajah yang beringas, wajah kekerasan. Juga secara sosiologis, depolitisasi agama tidak dapat dipahami sebagai konsekuensi yang seharusnya dari proses modernisasi. Sejak awal tahun 90-an misalnya, Jose Casanova itu berbicara tentang deprivatisasi agama atau agama sebagai bagian dari ruang publik. Baik, itu pengantar singkat. Pada bagian kedua saya ingin memberikan gambaran umum tentang relasi antara agama dan ruang publik. Kalau kita berbicara tentang relasi antara agama dan ruang publik, di dalam teori politik biasanya dikenal 3 jenis paradigma. Paradigma yang pertama itu mengatakan bahwa agama harus ditempatkan di ruang privat. Agama harus ditempatkan di ruang privat. Ya. Tidak banyak lagi pemikir yang menganut pandangan ini, dan salah satu yang terkenal itu dan masih banyak diperdebatkan, didiskusikan adalah Richard Rorty. Ya, itu pandangan yang pertama. Lalu paradigma yang kedua itu menegaskan bahwa agama-agama boleh terlibat dalam diskusi politik di ruang publik tanpa batasan-batasan. Pandangan ini antara lain diwakili oleh filsuf agama dari Yale University, Amerika Serikat, yang bernama Nicholas Wolterstorff. Ia berpandangan bahwa atas dasar prinsip kebebasan beragama, negara sekuler tidak dapat membebankan warga dengan kewajiban hukum yang bertentangan dengan keyakinan religiusnya. Tuntutan bahwa perdebatan politik hanya memberi ruang bagi argumentasi-argumentasi sekular atau rasional merupakan bentuk pembatasan yang ilegitim terhadap kebebasan warga religius. Jadi membatasi warga religius untuk menggunakan bahasa agama di ruang publik itu dianggap bertentangan dengan prinsip kebebasan beragama yang adalah hak asasi manusia. Kemudian paradigma yang ketiga itu paradigma yang agak moderat atau yang letaknya antara posisi Rorty dan Nicholas Wolterstorff, ya. Itu paradigma yang mengatakan bahwa agama dapat terlibat dalam diskursus politik jika ia membatasi diri pada pernyataan-pernyataan yang dapat dimengerti dengan akal budi. Pandangan inklusif ini antara lain dikemukakan oleh John Rawls, kemudian Robert Audi, dan Jürgen Habermas yang menjadi topik utama pembicaraan kita pada hari ini. Baik, sekarang saya masuk ke bagian yang ketiga, itu pandangan Jürgen Habermas tentang relasi antara iman dan akal budi, atau antara agama dan ruang publik, agama dan politik. Habermas memiliki pandangan yang inklusif terkait peran agama di dalam negara sekuler yang plural. Dalam hubungan dengan perdebatan yang tadi dikemukakan, Habermas mengambil jalan tengah antara posisi Rawls dan Robert Audi satu sisi, dan Wolterstorff di sisi yang lain. Pada tempat pertama, Habermas menegaskan bahwa dalam perdebatan politik pada tataran institusional, yang diakui hanya argumentasi sekuler. Misalnya ketika negara membuat hukum yang berlaku untuk semua, maka yang dipakai di sana dalam rumusan hukum itu adalah proposisi sekuler, bukan religius, agar bisa diterima oleh semua. Untuk memahami tesis ini, dibutuhkan kemampuan epistemis agar mampu melihat secara refleksif keyakinan religius sendiri dari perspektif orang luar dan menghubungkannya dengan pandangan sekuler. Lalu pada tempat kedua, Habermas mengkritik tendensi marginalisasi agama ke ruang privat. Ya. Tuntutan kepada warga religius untuk menggunakan argumentasi sekuler dalam perdebatan politik di luar tatanan institusional, menurut Habermas, merupakan tuntutan yang berlebihan. Di sini Habermas sepakat dengan Wolterstorff. Ia berpandangan bahwa makna integral dari keyakinan religius menyebabkan sulitnya warga religius untuk menghayati kepribadian yang terpecah ke dalam peran-peran yang berbeda. Jadi menurut Habermas, pada tataran institusional, warga religius kalau mau terlibat di dalam politik harus menggunakan argumentasi sekuler, tapi pada ruang publik di luar negara atau politik institusional, dia boleh menggunakan bahasa religiusnya. Dalam diskusi tentang peran agama dalam negara sekuler, Habermas tidak menggunakan konsep pembatasan keyakinan religius seperti yang banyak dipakai di Amerika Serikat misalnya, tapi menganjurkan penggunaan term terjemahan atau Übersetzung. Di balik penggunaan term terjemahan ini, terdapat tesis yang menggarisbawahi bahwa proses sekularisasi yang tidak menghancurkan atau yang tidak destruktif terungkap lewat modus terjemahan itu. Jadi dengan menerjemahkan konsep-konsep religius itu, ada hal yang diselamatkan di dalam konsep sekular. Artinya dalam proses formasi opini politik publik, pandangan-pandangan agama tidak boleh dibatasi, melainkan dapat diterjemahkan agar makna profan tetap dapat diselamatkan bagi warga yang sekular. Menurut Habermas, tugas menerjemahkan keyakinan-keyakinan religius ini tidak boleh hanya dibebankan kepada warga religius, tapi harus menjadi tanggung jawab bersama warga religius dan warga sekuler. Tesis Habermas tentang terjemahan jelas memprovokasi sejumlah pemikir yang beranggapan bahwa agama adalah bagian dari kebudayaan tradisional masa lalu yang sudah diatasi oleh pencerahan dan perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan modern. Anggapan ini secara empiris ditopang oleh fenomena fundamentalisme dan kekerasan atas nama agama. Rorty misalnya tidak sepakat dengan pandangan Habermas tadi. Bagaimana kita menjelaskan pandangan Habermas yang begitu positif terhadap agama dalam masyarakat sekuler tersebut? Saya melihat ada dua alasan ya, mengapa Habermas punya pandangan yang sangat positif terhadap agama. Alasan yang pertama itu ialah arti penting agama ketika berhadapan dengan sejumlah fenomena patologi sosial. Ya. Habermas menekankan bahwa perkembangan minatnya terhadap tradisi agama didasarkan pada penilaian yang semakin skeptis atas arah jalan modernitas. Sikap skeptis ini bertolak dari kecemasan Habermas akan arah sejarah modernitas yang sesat. Untuk mendeskripsikan patologi ini, Habermas menggunakan metafora dalam bahasa Jerman Entgleisen, Entgleisen atau tergelincir keluar rel. Habermas juga berbicara tentang Entgleisende Modernisierung atau modernitas yang tergelincir keluar rel, dan juga menggunakan istilah Entgleisende Säkularisierung der Gesellschaft atau proses sekularisasi masyarakat yang tergelincir keluar rel yang seharusnya. Ungkapan-ungkapan ini mau mendeskripsikan bahaya erosi solidaritas kewargaan yang melanda negara-negara sekuler. Warga negara bertransformasi menjadi monade atau individu liberal atau mistik yang bertindak hanya untuk kepentingan dirinya. Mereka cenderung menggunakan hak-hak liberalnya sebagai senjata untuk mempertahankan diri dan menyerang yang lain. Justru konsep demokrasi deliberatif yang dianjurkan oleh Habermas sangat bergantung pada partisipasi substantif warga dalam proses politik. Habermas menunjukkan sejumlah indikasi raibnya kebajikan politik publik tersebut lewat sejumlah akibat dari perkembangan ekonomi global tanpa kendali yang pada gilirannya menciptakan depolitisasi dan privatisasi warga. Perkembangan ini merupakan antagonisme dari praksis demokrasi deliberatif yang menuntut partisipasi aktif dari warga. Habermas berpandangan bahwa untuk menghadapi krisis ini, negara sekuler sangat membutuhkan kekuatan solidaritas warga dan keterlibatan aktif masyarakat sipil. Karena itu negara hukum konstitusional harus merawat dan menjalin komunikasi yang penuh kehati-hatian dan dalam suasana damai dengan sumber-sumber daya yang berperan membentuk etos prapolitis. Dan agama menurut dia adalah salah satu dari sumber etos prapolitis tersebut. Kendati pun demikian, tradisi religius menurut Habermas memainkan peran khusus dan luar biasa karena agama mengandung potensi makna dan yang memberi arti. Habermas mengangkat contoh potensi tersebut semuanya dari tradisi Kristen karena dia berasal dari latar belakang itu, seperti konsep dosa dan kehilangan maknanya ketika diterjemahkan ke dalam konsep kesalahan atau paham tentang citra Allah dan transposisi yang kreatif yang menyelamatkan ke dalam konsep martabat manusia. Jadi menurut dia kita tidak bisa bicara tentang martabat manusia tanpa berpikir tentang tradisi Yudeo-Kristiani tentang manusia sebagai citra Allah. Jadi itu alasan pertama kenapa Habermas merasa agama untuk masyarakat modern post-sekular itu penting. Kemudian alasan yang kedua, dia katakan agama adalah bagian esensial dari sejarah akal budi. Jadi apa yang disebut akal budi modern atau akal budi filosofis dalam filsafat barat itu tidak bisa dipisahkan dari agama. Jadi agama adalah bagian esensial dari sejarah akal budi. Dan itu diulas secara sangat komprehensif dalam salah satu bukunya yang terakhir yang bisa disebut sebagai opus magnum dari Habermas, terbit tahun 2019 yang lalu dengan judul Auch eine Geschichte der Philosophie. Saya kira ada sekitar 1.200 halaman, 2 jilid. Ya. Habermas mengakui di satu sisi bahwa retakan historis antara ilmu pengetahuan sekuler dan wahyu agama tidak dapat disambung kembali. Akan tetapi di sisi lain, pemikiran post-metafisik tidak dapat memahami dirinya sendiri dengan baik jika ia tidak merefleksikan tradisi agama sebagai bagian dari sejarah asal-usulnya. Sebab asal-usul agama Yudeo-Kristiani berakar di dalam zaman antik yang juga menjadi tempat asal-usul filsafat. Keduanya sama-sama mengalami transformasi kognitif dari mitos menuju logos. Keduanya diwarnai dengan proses helenisasi dan proses apropriasi konsep dan motivasi timbal balik yang melampaui Kant dan Hegel. Tradisi Yudeo-Kristiani telah menciptakan kultur intelektual yang ditandai dengan daya refleksi dan kesadaran diri yang kritis. Atas latar belakang bersama ini, dari iman dan pengetahuan, Habermas menegaskan bahwa dalam masyarakat post-sekuler, pandangan dunia sekularistik dan naturalistik murni tidak dapat dipertahankan lagi. Menurut Habermas, post-sekularisme mengungkapkan fenomena kembalinya agama ke ruang publik yang mengalami proses privatisasi di dalam pemikiran sekuler. Masyarakat post-sekuler menurut Habermas menggambarkan perubahan kesadaran dalam masyarakat sekuler atau masyarakat di mana pengaruh agama itu sudah lenyap. Perubahan kesadaran tersebut terjadi pada tataran sosiologis dan normatif. Secara sosiologis, masyarakat post-sekuler merupakan sebuah koreksi atas teori sosiologi sekularisasi yang memprediksi lenyapnya agama sebagai hasil akhir dari proses modernisasi sosial. Akan tetapi fakta menunjukkan bahwa agama tetap ada di ruang publik dan menurut Habermas, fenomena ini akan tetap bertahan di masa depan. Dari perspektif sosiologis, konsep masyarakat post-sekuler juga mau mengungkapkan bahwa secara epistemis, masyarakat modern tetap terbuka terhadap kehadiran komunitas-komunitas religius. Apa artinya? Artinya bentuk-bentuk praktik dan kepercayaan religius tetap dapat diakses secara kognitif. Dalam konteks ini, John Rawls berpandangan bahwa agama itu tetap reasonable di tengah kondisi modernitas. Sejumlah pemikir beranggapan bahwa terdapat kontradiksi antara tesis masyarakat post-sekuler Habermas dengan anjurannya yang tegas untuk mengeksklusi argumentasi religius dari deliberasi politik institusional. Namun sesungguhnya, pemahaman Habermas tentang masyarakat post-sekuler tidak dimaksudkan untuk mempersoalkan legitimasi negara sekuler. Masyarakat post-sekuler pada tempat pertama ingin mempersoalkan pemahaman sekularisasi sosial yang mengarah kepada hilangnya relevansi sosial dan politik agama. Bagi Habermas, sebuah doktrin religius yang reasonable terungkap dalam keterbukaan untuk mengakui legitimasi politik sekuler atau legitimasi negara hukum demokrasis. Tesis post-sekularisme yang diuraikan tadi berarti di satu sisi atas dasar genealoginya rasionalitas post-metafisik mengenal batas-batasnya dan dengan demikian mengatasi sebuah pemahaman diri yang sekularistik murni. Habermas di beberapa tempat menyebut cara berpikir seperti ini sebagai sebuah bentuk Konversion der Vernunft durch Vernunft, itu pertobatan akal budi lewat akal budi. Di sisi lain, pengakuan akan genealogi dapat melindungi akal budi sekuler dari defetisme postmodern atau sikap menyerah pada nasib ketika berhadapan dengan sejumlah patologi modernitas yang sudah diuraikan tadi. Jadi menurut dia, akal budi itu mampu menyelesaikan atau mengatasi sejumlah krisis moral yang dihadapi oleh masyarakat modern. Baik, pada bagian yang berikut saya coba melihat relevansi dari pandangan Habermas tentang relasi antara akal budi dan agama bagi perumusan atau diskursus tentang peran publik agama di Indonesia. Habermas berbicara dalam situasi budaya sekuler di mana agama mau diprivatisasi dan peran agama dalam dunia publik disangkal dan mau dieliminasi. Dalam situasi ini, Habermas menjadi sadar akan peran agama yang tak terelakkan dalam dunia politik dan menggambarkan tesisnya mengenai rasionalitas iman yang perlu dikembangkan baik oleh agama maupun oleh pemikir sekuler untuk mendapat suatu wacana mengenai iman yang bisa dimengerti bersama dan bisa main peran dalam keputusan politik dan perumusan undang-undang dan sebagainya, di mana masyarakat membutuhkan orientasi nilai dan pertimbangan etis mengenai baik dan buruk, serta benar dan salah. Di Indonesia, kita menghadapi situasi yang bisa disebut terbalik. Dalam situasi aktual di Indonesia, agama main peran yang kelihatan semakin besar dan semakin langsung. Ya. Misalnya polemik seputar pasal penodaan agama, perlindungan lembaga agama, dan larangan untuk menyebarkan ideologi yang bertentangan dengan Pancasila dalam KUHP yang disahkan pada awal tahun ini, itu menunjukkan pemaksaan tafsiran pandangan moral tertentu yang dijadikan landasan untuk hukum yang berlaku untuk semua. Hal ini tentu saja dapat menjadi ancaman bagi prinsip kesetaraan, martabat manusia, dan kebebasan yang menjadi landasan moral sebuah masyarakat plural yang demokratis. Dalam situasi begini, kita mau berusaha untuk mencari tahu bagaimana dan atas cara apa tesis Jürgen Habermas bisa membantu untuk memperoleh satu gambaran mengenai peran agama dalam dunia publik yang mendukung dan memungkinkan hidup bersama secara damai dalam masyarakat yang plural. Hemat saya terdapat beberapa kontribusi dari pemikiran Habermas untuk konteks masyarakat Indonesia. Yang pertama, kontribusi terkait usaha untuk menafsir kembali Pancasila sebagai sumber moralitas publik. Pengakuan akan Pancasila menunjukkan bahwa Indonesia bukan sebuah negara sekuler, tapi negara yang dibangun atas dasar prinsip ketuhanan. Artinya nilai-nilai religius tidak dipandang sebagai persoalan privat, tapi harus diterjemahkan menjadi moralitas publik. Konsep ketuhanan di dalam sila Pancasila dapat ditafsir sebagai apa yang di dalam teori politik modern dinamakan agama sipil atau civil religion. Agama sipil selalu berurusan dengan moralitas publik dan tidak pernah membatasi keyakinan-keyakinan moral privat setiap individu. Yudi Latif menjelaskan konsep ketuhanan dalam Pancasila secara sangat komprehensif. Saya mengutip Yudi Latif, dia katakan, dalam kerangka ketuhanan menurut Pancasila, boleh saja seseorang secara pribadi tidak memeluk agama formal sebagai agnostik atau bahkan ateis, akan tetapi dalam kehidupan publiknya harus tetap menghormati nilai-nilai ketuhanan keagamaan seperti dikehendaki Pancasila berdasarkan hasil kesepakatan konstitusional sehingga tidak dapat diperkenankan menyebarkan propaganda untuk menolak atau membenci agama. Seperti diuraikan pada bagian sebelumnya, Habermas menganjurkan agar pemikiran post-metafisik mengatasi pemahaman diri yang sekularistik murni dan naturalistik. Dengan itu, Habermas memberi ruang bagi agama-agama untuk berkiprah di ruang publik guna mengatasi patologi masyarakat modern dan krisis solidaritas sosial. Sejalan dengan ini, Pancasila juga menolak tesis liberal tentang privatisasi agama dari ruang publik. Sebab ketika agama tersudut dari ruang publik ke ruang privat, yang muncul adalah ekspresi spiritualitas personal yang terputus dari kehidupan publik. Sebaliknya, politik sekuler memandang rendah nilai-nilai agama dan mengabaikan signifikansi moral ketuhanan. Akibat yang ditimbulkan oleh situasi saling mengabaikan ini adalah spiritualitas tanpa pertanggungjawaban sosial dan politik tanpa jiwa. Prinsip ketuhanan sebagai dasar moral bangsa dalam Pancasila tidak akan mengalami proses penyempitan yang fundamentalistik seperti dijelaskan pada bagian sebelumnya jika sila ketuhanan tidak dipisahkan dari sila-sila lainnya. Ketuhanan atau religiositas sebagai landasan moral bangsa harus ditunjukkan dalam penghargaan terhadap martabat manusia, usaha menciptakan solidaritas sebagai sebuah bangsa, menjadikan demokrasi sebagai cara hidup dan sistem politik yang memfasilitasi kedaulatan rakyat guna mengakhiri feodalisme dan dinasti politik, dan menjadikan keadilan sosial sebagai jalan untuk menciptakan kesejahteraan umum. Dengan ini, Pancasila tidak hanya menjadi ideologi abstrak, melainkan sungguh-sungguh menjadi landasan moral publik yang berkelindan erat dengan perjuangan hidup rakyat sehari-hari. Itu relevansi yang pertama. Lalu relevansi yang kedua, Habermas menganjurkan perlunya proses transposisi atau terjemahan semantik agama-agama ke dalam bahasa sekuler jika terlibat dalam diskursus publik. Seorang politisi Katolik misalnya yang menjadi anggota parlemen dapat menjustifikasi atau membenarkan posisinya yang sesuai dengan iman Kristiani dalam argumentasi akal budi sekuler tanpa rujukan kepada ayat-ayat kitab suci atau otoritas religius. Ia dapat memperjuangkan aspirasi agar negara mengurus kesejahteraan fakir miskin dan anak terlantar dengan merujuk pada amanat konstitusi pasal 34 tanpa harus mengutip Injil Matius bab 25 tentang pengadilan terakhir di mana Yesus menjadikan tindakan kasih sebagai kriteria satu-satunya. Dengan argumentasi sekuler seperti ini, politisi tersebut mengalami kehilangan daya ekspresi teologis yang tajam. Namun kehilangan ini, menurut Habermas, dapat dikompensasi dengan kemenangan strategis di mana posisi Kristiani, tapi juga posisi agama-agama lain, mendapat pengakuan publik yang lebih luas. Namun tuntutan untuk menerjemahkan keyakinan-keyakinan religius ke dalam bahasa sekuler bukan saja berguna karena alasan strategis politis dan moral, tuntutan terjemahan ini urgen dari kerangka referensi epistemis teologi. Artinya, agar pesan-pesan agama dapat dimengerti juga oleh orang-orang dari agama lain dan ideologi lain, tapi juga orang dari aliran teologi yang lain dari agama yang sama. Untuk konteks Indonesia yang religius, seruan Habermas untuk menerjemahkan bahasa agama ke dalam bahasa sekuler dapat diterjemahkan sebagai tuntutan bagi agama-agama agar di ruang publik menggunakan bahasa yang dapat dimengerti oleh penganut agama-agama lain. Aliansi agama-agama ini dapat menjadi kekuatan moralitas publik yang mendorong kemajuan demokrasi, memperjuangkan politik hak asasi manusia, dan mengambil bagian dalam advokasi mewujudkan keadilan sosial dan kesejahteraan umum. Itu poin kedua. Lalu poin ketiga atau relevansi yang ketiga dari pemikiran Habermas ialah dalam kondisi masyarakat modern post-sekuler, Habermas juga menuntut adanya proses saling belajar antara warga religius dan non-religius. Proses saling belajar tersebut urgen bukan saja karena tuntutan masyarakat plural, tapi juga karena memiliki nilai epistemik. Artinya, masyarakat plural, artinya lewat proses saling belajar tersebut, umat beragama dan warga sekular mampu mengatasi tantangan-tantangan kognitif masyarakat modern. Kesadaran tersebut memampukan mereka untuk menentukan cara menyelaraskan klaim kebenaran doktrin agamanya dengan pluralitas doktrin lainnya untuk memiliki klaim kebenaran serupa tapi inkompatibel. Umat beragama juga harus belajar membangun relasi yang harmonis antara otoritas ilmu pengetahuan alam dan klaim-klaim kosmologis doktrin agama. Warga religius juga harus menginternalisasi prinsip-prinsip keadilan sekuler dengan menempatkan prinsip-prinsip tersebut ke dalam pandangan hidup dan orientasi nilai mereka. Untuk konteks masyarakat Indonesia yang menempatkan agama sebagai elemen sosio-kultural yang sangat penting, proses belajar dan belajar antara agama ini sangat penting. Ya. Jadi agama, karena kita hidup dalam masyarakat yang sangat plural, kita harus membiasakan diri dengan perbedaan pandangan hidup atau perbedaan pandangan tentang ideologi. Dan bagaimana kita menyelesaikan konflik kalau terjadi pertentangan metafisis seperti itu. Saya mengutip satu solusi yang ditawarkan oleh Otfried Höfe, itu seorang filsuf dari Jerman. Ya. Dia menganjurkan suatu model liberal fundamentalisme atau Halbvirter fundamentalismus. Dia katakan bahwa fundamentalisme dalam keyakinan itu boleh dan boleh disampaikan ke ruang publik, tapi dengan sikap yang liberal. Ya. Artinya saya boleh menyampaikan sikap saya atau keyakinan saya, metafisis saya itu di ruang publik, tapi dengan sebuah pengandaian bahwa orang lain bisa saja tidak menyetujui itu atau berpandangan lain tentang itu. Jadi menyampaikan sikap yang berbeda dengan sebuah dengan sebuah sikap yang toleransi atau keterbukaan terhadap kritik. Dan saya kira kehidupan bersama dalam sebuah masyarakat yang plural hanya mungkin terjadi secara damai kalau perbedaan itu mendapat penghargaan. Baik, itu kira-kira 1-2 hal yang bisa saya sampaikan. Ya. Jadi saya coba membedah pandangan Habermas tentang relasi antara akal budi dan agama, bagaimana relevansinya untuk konteks Indonesia. Dan saya tadi coba menarik 3 relevansi untuk konteks kehidupan politik atau kehidupan bernegara kita. Baik, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan kepada moderator.
Okay, Dr. Otto, thank you very much for your deep and organized and excellent and inspiring presentation on the topic on Habermas' view on the relationship between faith and reason and its implication for the discourse on public role of religion in Indonesia. So after listening the presentation, now we proceed to the Q&A session, question and answer. We will have 15 minutes for the Q&A. And if you have any comments or question, please raise your hand, give your identity or tell your name, and then state your question. Or you may write your question in the chat box of your device. And please keep in mind that your question should be clear, short, and concise. And the good news is that you may ask question in Bahasa Indonesia. And the presenter will answer your question in Indonesia. And if you only speak English, I would be happy to translate it in Indonesian. So we have one question from Romo Catu. I read in Indonesia. Distingsi mengenai tempat agama dalam ruang privat atau ruang publik tampak sangat relevan dalam diskusi mengenai izin perkawinan campur beda agama di Indonesia. Meski secara hukum positif tampak tidak ada celah, namun diskusi tidak pernah berhenti. Karena hukum kehidupan lebih kompleks daripada hukum positif. Ada bagian-bagian dalam perkawinan campur beda agama yang masuk dalam ruang privat dan ada bagian yang masuk dalam ruang publik. Keduanya perlu diakomodasi secara proporsional dan toleran. Bagaimana komentar atau pendapat Pater mengenai pernyataan tersebut? Jadi ini pertanyaan dari Romo Catur, ahli hukum gereja, suka urus barang-barang seperti ini. Tolong komentarnya, idenya, silakan. Unmute, ya.
Baik, ya. Ya, terima kasih Romo Catur atas pertanyaannya. kalau saya membaca persoalan ini dari perspektif Habermas, artinya dari perspektif hak asasi manusia, perkawinan campur itu tidak soal ya, itu bukan masalah. Hanya menjadi masalah kalau kita melihat itu sebagai persoalan agama kan, menjadi kalau didiskusikan berdasarkan hukum dari masing-masing agama. Pada umumnya agama-agama tidak menganjurkan perkawinan campur meskipun ada juga solusinya. Dan dalam kasus seperti ini, menurut Habermas, boleh saja. Jadi agama-agama itu boleh mempertahankan keyakinan metafisis mereka dan menyampaikan ke publik bahwa oke, kami tidak setuju dengan perkawinan campur. Jadi dia katakan disensus metafisis itu dibiarkan dan disampaikan ke publik, lalu orang berdebat, tapi dengan sebuah sikap toleransi, ya, bahwa perdebatan itu tidak berujung pada peperangan. Jadi kalau kita lihat sejarah Eropa kan perang selama 20 tahun antara orang Protestan dan Katolik itu kan perang untuk merebut hegemoni tafsiran kitab suci kan, dan berakhir pada tahun 1648 dengan perjanjian Westphalia di mana negara bangsa itu mulai muncul dan agama itu ditempatkan di ruang privat karena memang agama sebelum menjadi penyebab perang. Jadi pada dewasa ini menurut Habermas pertentangan metafisis seperti itu boleh saja. Jadi setiap agama boleh menyampaikan pendapatnya ke ruang publik dan kita belajar untuk hidup dalam disensus atau perbedaan yang ekstrim, yang radikal seperti itu tanpa harus berakhir pada memegang atau mengangkat pedang dan ini. Ya. Itu mungkin komentar saya tentang itu, Pater Kristo.
Oke, saya harap orang mencatat bisa menerima penjelasan ini. Kalau nanti bisa ada komentar lebih lanjut, silakan. Pertanyaan yang kedua dari Paul K. Kitab suci Kristen Yahudi ini sumber Asia atau non-Asia tentang agama dalam ruang publik. Nah ini apakah pertanyaan atau statement ini kurang jelas. Tapi mungkin komen atas pernyataan ini. Silakan.
Iya, saya tidak mengerti apanya. Mungkin tidak terlalu mengerti ya pertanyaannya. Artinya Yahudi itu kan ada di Asia kan. Semua agama besar, hampir semua agama besar itu lahir di Asia. Kemudian agama Kristen ya dari Asia dia ke Eropa dan tentu ikut berkontribusi untuk membentuk konsep tentang ruang publik kan. Dari segi itu kitab suci tentu menjadi salah satu sumber ya, sumber moralitas publik juga di negara sekular. Hanya saya tidak tangkap betul apa yang dimaksud dengan pertanyaan.
Jadi tolong pertanyaannya sedikit lebih jelas, rumuskan pertanyaannya lebih jelas. Oke, baik, dari Romo Ketut MSF, pertanyaannya, Habermas mengakui peran agama dalam ruang publik, sementara di negara-negara sekular nilai-nilai agama tidak banyak berbicara, bahkan di beberapa negara seperti Perancis, simbol-simbol agama dilarang. Apa persis maksud Habermas dengan peran agama di ruang publik? Terima kasih.
Oke. Jadi Habermas seperti para ahli ilmu politik lainnya membagi ruang publik itu atas dua. Ruang publik institusional dan ruang publik dalam arti masyarakat sipil. Dalam ruang publik institusional atau politik formal, misalnya di parlemen atau proses pembuatan hukum, dia katakan di sana simbol-simbol agama tidak boleh dipakai karena nanti akan terjadi pertentangan simbol agama mana yang harus dipakai. Di situ dia menganjurkan tetap menggunakan rumusan-rumusan yang netral yang bisa diterima oleh semua agama. Tapi ruang publik yang kedua itu ruang publik masyarakat sipil. Di dalam ruang publik itu, misalnya di media atau dalam perdebatan ya, antara para intelektual dalam seminar-seminar umum, bahasa-bahasa agama itu boleh saja disampaikan, ya, boleh saja disampaikan dan tidak perlu dibatasi. Mereka boleh misalnya mengutip ayat kitab suci dalam perdebatan di ruang publik yang informal itu. Ya. Dalam arti itu, Habermas menghendaki agar agama boleh tampil di ruang publik. Sedangkan untuk fenomen Prancis, saya kira Prancis itu salah satu negara yang menganut laicite, ya. Jadi di mana agama itu memang harus diprivatisasi, dan itu juga dikritik oleh Habermas. Saya kira Prancis itu menganut paham paradigma pertama yang tadi diwakil oleh Rorty. Mereka menganggap agama itu sebagai sesuatu yang penuh kekerasan karena itu harus ditempatkan atau didomestifikasi di ruang privat. Kemudian hanya pertanyaannya, Prancis kan melakukan itu atas nama satu ideologi yang lain, yakni ideologi sekular kan. Jadi agama itu adalah ideologi, tapi sekularisme juga ada ideologi. Jadi menurut Habermas itu di sana ada ketidakadilan, ya. Sekularisme boleh tampil di ruang publik, sementara agama itu tidak boleh. Jadi karena itu Habermas mengkritik model Prancis itu.
Oke, baik, terima kasih. Pertanyaan kita lihat dari chat box dulu, nanti kalau selesai kita akan ke yang raise hand. Dari Stefanus Junathan, ya. Romo deliberasi seperti dalam pemikiran Habermas dengan deliberasi dalam konteks musyawarah kita mempunyai perbedaan konotasi. Masyarakat konteks Indonesia secara miring sering berkonotasi seperti dalam ungkapan Tionghoa cincai sajalah, atau ya sudahlah, terima saja, jangan banyak ngotot supaya masalah beres dan kepentingan tetap terlindungi. Bagaimana menurut Pater atau Romo bahwa praktek musyawarah yang memang khas dipraktekkan di etnis senusantara ini ke arah yang lebih konstruktif dan membawa politik kita lebih transparan dan akuntabel?
Oke, ya, terima kasih. Ini pertanyaan yang baik. Deliberasi atau diskursus menurut Habermas itu kan satu perdebatan, ya, perdebatan yang melibatkan orang-orang yang setara, tanpa paksaan, bebas represi, dan yang berlaku itu hanyalah argumen terbaik, ya. Jadi orang berdebat mencari kebenaran, dan yang hasil akhirnya itu adalah argumen yang terbaik. Sedangkan dalam musyawarah dalam masyarakat tradisional atau masyarakat kita mungkin ada juga, tapi kalau yang saya perhatikan sesuai khususnya misalnya di wilayah kami di NTT, ya, masyarakat yang patriarki, sering musyawarah itu kan tidak egaliter, ya. Misalnya yang terlibat di sana lebih banyak laki-lakinya, karena mereka yang berhak untuk mengambil keputusan, ya. Sedangkan Habermas dia menganjurkan keterlibatan semua. Jadi argumentasi adalah senjata satu-satunya untuk mencari kebenaran, ya. Bukan, dan siapa saja boleh bicara, ya. Entah dia umurnya lebih muda atau lebih tua, semua mendapat tempat yang sama di sana.
Oke, baik. Satu pertanyaan dari Berti Ohoiwutun, ya. Pertanyaannya terkait peranan agama dalam kehidupan masyarakat, terutama di Indonesia. Bagaimana tanggapan Pater Gusti terkait politik identitas atau politik agama yang mendominasi politik Indonesia saat ini? Dalam arti apa politik identitas atau agama itu perlu, dan dalam arti apa itu perlu diwaspadai karena berbahaya bagi kepentingan bersama?
Ya, ya, politik identitas itu kan terjadi kalau agama-agama, salah satu contohnya agama atau etnis juga tampil ke ruang publik dan menggunakan identitas atau bahasa agamanya, dan memaksakan identitas partikular itu agar diterima sebagai hukum yang berlaku umum. Dan ini jelas hegemonik dan intoleran. Dan dalam konteks ini, Habermas menganjurkan kalau agama-agama mau diterima di ruang publik, maka dia harus menerjemahkan. Jadi tadi dia menggunakan kata Übersetzung, ya, terjemahkan potensi-potensi agama itu. Misalnya dalam kekristenan kita memiliki konsep setiap manusia itu adalah citra Allah. Ya. Tapi dalam perjumpaan antara tradisi Kristiani, kitab suci dengan hukum kodrat, ya, terjadi proses transposisi dari konsep citra Allah itu ke konsep martabat manusia, agar term itu bisa diterima lebih luas. Memang ada kehilangan secara teologis, tapi dia mengalami kemenangan dari segi strategis karena konsep itu bisa diterima lebih luas. Ya. Jadi Habermas tentu tidak setuju. Oke, dia setuju agama tampil di ruang publik, tapi dia tidak setuju ketika agama itu menjadi hegemonik dan intoleran. Ya.
Okay, the last question from SVDs. Dalam beberapa tulisan mengenai peran agama dalam ruang publik dari Habermas, terdapat satu istilah yakni rasio komunikatif. Dengan istilah itu Habermas menganjurkan agar masyarakat religius dapat menyampaikan aspirasinya tanpa campur tangan wahyu ilahi. Pertanyaan, apa arti sebenarnya dari istilah rasio komunikatif itu?
Iya.
The last question.
Ya, jadi Habermas dalam bukunya Teori Tindakan Komunikatif membagi dua jenis rasionalitas. Yang pertama itu rasionalitas komunikatif, dan yang kedua itu rasionalitas instrumental. Rasionalitas komunikatif itu rasionalitas yang dipakai oleh manusia dalam relasi satu dengan yang lain. Dalam etika misalnya, itu yang dipakai adalah rasionalitas komunikatif dalam kehidupan berdemokrasi. Jadi orang berbicara tanpa untuk tujuan-tujuan yang lain. Sedangkan rasionalitas instrumental itu bahasa yang dipakai misalnya di dalam ekonomi, ya, di dalam politik kekuasaan. Itu rasionalitas instrumental, rasionalitas yang bertujuan. Karena itu menurut Habermas aktualisasi sosial dari rasionalitas instrumental itu adalah sistem ekonomi atau administrasi kekuasaan negara. Sedangkan aktualisasi sosial dari rasionalitas komunikatif itu adalah Lebenswelt, ya. Itu ruang di mana orang berinteraksi satu sama lain, orang bisa mengerti satu sama lain. Ya.
Okay, due to our limited time, I'm very sorry not to taking more questions. So, with this last question before we close, on behalf of organizing committee, once again, I would like to express our deepest appreciation and gratitude to Dr. Otto Gusti, who has inspired us with his clear, excellent, and inspiring presentation. And also, I would like to thank you, all of you, all the participants, for your active participation during the session. And as noted in our program, after the session, we will have 1 hour break. We will come back at 12:30 p.m. West Indonesia time zone, waktu Indonesia bagian Barat, for the next session. And finally, I hand over the next session to Dr. Wayan Marianto, the MC of this seminar.
Thank you very much, Cristobala, for being a good moderator for this session, and also for Dr. Otto Gusti for enlightening us on a very burning issues in Indonesian politics regarding relation of religion and politics. We will now have a lunch break, but before lunch break, I'd like to make an announcement. While having a lunch break, please look at the book of program. Please read the program book to help you decide which rooms you will be joining in the next parallel sessions. There will be 3 rooms. It's not rooms for transfiguration, one for Jesus, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. The rooms are meant for you to join. Feel free to join the room you are interested in. There will be various presenters discussing various topics, and we hope that the discussion will be more down to earth. Now it's time for lunch break. Have a glorious lunch, everyone. Or if you're fasting today, then have a philosophical meal.
Biarpun saya pergi jauh Itulah Indonesia, Indonesia tanah airku. Aku berjanji padamu, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia. Tanah airku, aku berjanji padamu, izinkan untuk negara masa yang akan datang, kewajiban mula menjadi tanggunganmu terhadap dosa, menjadi tanggunganmu terhadap dosa. Sungguh tetap berusaha, jujur dan ikhlas, keselamatan bicara, terus kerja keras, hati teguh dan lurus, pimpin tetap jernih, berdirilah pun harus, hai putra negeri, berdirilah pun harus, hai putra negeri. Pemuda Indonesia, dengan baju musik cinta untuk negara, masa yang akan datang, kewajiban pula menjadi tanggunganmu terhadap dosa, menjadi tanggunganmu terhadap dosa.
Biarpun saya pergi jauh
terbang sampai Merauke, berjajar pulau-pulau. Sang menyambung menjadi satu, itulah Indonesia. Indonesia tanah airku, aku berjanji padamu, menjunjung tanah airku Indonesia.
Dear speakers and participants, after having a glorious break, glorious lunch, we will proceed with the next session, which is the parallel session. We provide 3 rooms, and feel free to join one of the room. The list of presenter, you can see them in the book of program. Do not hesitate if you are having problem to join the breakout room. On the screen, you will see a chat box mentioned there, breakout room. Please scroll down and find the 3 rooms available. And what you need to do is just to click the join. And then you will be assigned to each room. I'd like to make sure that the moderator of each room, they're already in their assigned room. The first room will be moderated by Dr. Gregorius Triwardoyo, and room 2 will be facilitated by Sefrianus Junani, and room 3 will be moderated by Abner Hubert Sitio. We can proceed now with the next parallel session. I'd like to request each of you to enter one of the room available. If you have problem